What's up, everybody? Well, how we doing tonight? Okay, let's get into it. Okay, let's. Weird. Hold on a second. Twice. What is happening? Whatever. About time? Welcome. How's it going, Charles? You do doggy cam because of that guy that did it last time when the doggy left? Maybe. Can I? Yes. Will I? Probably yes. What's up, Lude? How's it going? Yeah, doggy's stuck in here all night tonight. He's got a special treat tonight. How's everyone doing? Good? I hope. Yeah, it's a nice new airship, man. Welcome in, Fragments. Oh. Did you just change your name just to mess with me, dude? Oozin, Bucky, Fragments of Bucky. Working on the cathedral? Nice. What's up, Joiner? You prefer... Is it Jamel? Or Joiner? Weird. Couldn't tell you why chat was changed. I know nothing. I'm worthless. I just work here. I just work here. We gotta give Timbers. Jamel? Perfect. Stubborn dog in the universe. This dog. I don't even work here. I just push buttons. Honestly though, that used to be his favorite toy in the world. I just found it yesterday, and now he's looking at me like, I have to work for the food. What a ripoff! You normally just give me the treats. Need to change it to knowledge. Oh, knowledge. Okay. Yeah, I know who you are. Does we know how to see the toy? What? There's like half a cup of food in there, dude. Gosh, whatever. Have your normal treat. Bear with me. Like, where's the good stuff, Dad? I'm such a baby. Oh, Lord. So spoiled. I know, right? I want my normal treat, not this thing of great food. Heaven forbid. Tried to mix it up for him. Yes, he knows how to use the toy. Yeah. Absolutely. He used it a lot when he was a puppy. He hasn't used it as much recently. Kind of got packed away randomly. Now that we have the water working, now we just kind of have to figure out how to make this look nice. Sort of where we left it off last night. I think I have some of the, ooh. Flipping. Regret this. Missed a lot of last night. We did go ham. We built a lot of water. You missed some epic fails, is what you missed. It was a trial and error, I guess is the best way I could put it. This is your first look at this game? Don't judge me? Oh, no, dude, no judgment. Yeah, we leaked. We leaked all over the place last night. It was... It was more of an experiment of how many times can I flood my base. That's what happened. It was... it was quite funny, honestly. That's, but it made me feel good. Chisel Chip has been having the same struggle. There's a lot of, just a lot of trial and error with the water. In, like, a really fun way. It just doesn't... Like, it's voxel water. I don't know how to explain it properly. It's voxel water. So it just kind of voxels. For a lack of a better way to put it. Do we have more dirt? Not very much. I haven't played the new update, but I love this game. Oh, it's so good. If you love this game, you need to get on it. The new update is so freaking cool. I'm honestly not even just because the water, like the water, if all they did was add water, it'd be the best update yet. And then the fact that they've added in this whole freaking area it's ridiculous. It's honestly so ridiculous. It's been so fun. This whole area is like, it's freaking gorgeous. Just looks amazing. Yeah, trial and errors is absolutely the best way to learn. It's a really fun, like you look like an idiot until you've kind of figured it out a little bit, but it's in like the most fun way. I'm having an absolute blast messing with it. It's such a like... It's one of those things I just never, like, really expected in the game. And then they added it, and it's better than I could have expected. Even with the little bit of jank. It's like that fun jank, though. I think is the best way to describe it. Like, if anyone's going to start messing with water, you're going to make some messes in the best way. It was really fun last night, just filling up holes with water like an idiot. So we'll continue building a little bit tonight as well, and then we'll probably do a little bit of exploring just to break things up. There's so many cool things in this new area that I need to see still. Like last night, I thought this update was really pretty. And then last night, we found a couple new locations that were just so freaking cool. I'm like starting to get that build itch again. We're getting back into it. It's so good. Frostbit joined your world on stream and looked at your airship. Nice. I didn't know Frost. I guess I did kind of know. I don't really think about it. That they stream. Yeah, it's kind of like Minecraft water, but a little bit more random. I don't know how to describe it in a way that doesn't make it sound bad. Like it's good. It's good in the best way, but it is kind of weird. Very fun though. Tell where that's going. And we make it day. There's everything I love in a game. Fantasy, RPG, survival craft. Yeah. It really is. Like, it does everything. In a way that many games just never get to. And it's, like, we're still so early in the early access. Not early, but, like, it's a year and a half of early access, so it's a little ways through, of course, but, like, we're still in early access, and this is one of the coolest things. How does storing water go? It's kind of 3 ways. So, like, grounded, you have, like, a canteen that you can use to kind of just water things. Then you can use something like a watering can that you can fill up in wells or these random water sources. And then you also have a water pump, which allows you to move water around, I guess is the best way. But you can't really store it in a chest. You would just use, like, that is a little well down there. These light up at night? Hold on a second. I didn't know the bottom of these looked so cool. What? Dude. These are so freaking cool. I thought the blocks were cool. Like, I was like, the top looks really nice and clean. Like, I'll probably use this as the main floor. But now that's going to have to be like a starlit ceiling or something. I didn't know the bottom of it did it too. So good. Do I make... I'm struggling to make decisions. There's just so many cool blocks. It's hard to decide between them all. Like without this. So cool. I don't know how we do this. Maybe this is what the inside is built out of. Or maybe this is what... We kind of stick with what we're doing here. And then... Maybe this is what the inside of the library looks like. Maybe I use that for some of the ceiling pieces or something, but... Oh, it's so many options. I love how those, like, light up, though. Ugh. So cool. Brad was just sick and is sleeping to get better. Good to hear. I was getting a little worried. Just a little worried. This is like the underglow. Looks so cool. I feel like there's something really interesting. I wish I could use the underside of this as the floor or something. Or if we like... like show this off somehow. It's not bright enough, but really interesting. Huh. Really interesting. Yeah, too many options, but in the best way. This is the optionality I've been dying for in building games, honestly. So really, I can't complain. It's just, you have to make the right decision, you know? You need to do anything in this game to build, or can you just start a game and go into a resource world and get stuff to build? Yeah, that's pretty much all it takes. You get a resource world. The hardest part is setting up the resource world, honestly. I guess it depends on how you do it. If you do the resource world the way I have done the resource world, it's a lot more work. If you just join a server that's a resource world, it's pretty easy. Just kind of depends on how you like to do things. I feel like the servers are really easy, but then you have to like battle with other people for materials, in theory. But the servers, the servers are the easier way to go for sure. Welcome in, Thieve. How's it going? You're doing great. Can you tilt the doggy cam down so we can see him? As far as my cable lets me point it down. You can join, Lude, you can join resource servers, too. You just, so like people have resource worlds that are set up on live servers that anyone can join. The only issue is then instead of like how I do it, when I run out of something, I just paste the files back over to put it back up. To refill the world. The resource servers just reset like every, I think hour is pretty typical or pretty standard. So in theory, the servers are much easier, but the struggle with those is that there is a potential that randomly the resource you want is out and you have to wait an hour. I can only imagine that there's a bit of fighting over stuff. But man, it does make it a lot easier, so there is like that. Yeah, I don't like waiting either. Exactly. Would love to know how to make a resource world like a Shroud Depot. Yeah, I mean, you want to make one or how to like add one for yourself to use? Unfortunate to hear, a thief. That's the worst. I just got over being sick too. I'm still. If I try to sing a song too loud or something, I have a full-blown cough attack still, but I'm feeling at least better finally. I'm like 95% now. And yeah, it's like 30. It was like 35 degrees today in my place, so the cold is a-coming. I know the feeling. Although I'm really excited for snow. I love the snow. Probably the reason I have a Bernese Mountain Dog. We both love the snow. How to make one? All you have to do... So from what... Oop, hold on. Okay. To make a resource world, it's just... You just making a normal world. Like, it's not any different than a regular world. It's just... People have either used... I believe... What's it called? There's... Like, the Builder's Companion, I think is what it's called, is like a mod that you can use. So you can either use the... Sorry. The Builder's Companion to spawn the items in. Or you can use... I think... What a lot of people... It just kind of depends. I don't know. It's hard to answer specifically. But if I'm not mistaken, like DeLindsay Gaming is who I got my files from. Unfortunately, they are having such bad issues with their world right now that they actually can't update it anymore. Sadly. But it's just a save. Like, it's just a standard save that has all of the items in the game. So you either have to use... the Builder's Companion mod to spawn all the items in, and then you just organize them. Or you collect all the... Like, you start a new save, you collect all the items you possibly can, and then all you're doing is reloading the same save. So you take... You kind of, like, save the file, and then you paste it over them in your files. So it's really interesting. I think... The resetting part, I don't know in terms of... I guess it depends on, like, do you want this for your personal use, or do you want this for, like, a public use? For anyone to use? Because if you're interested in doing, like, a public server, honestly, I would reach out to DeLindsay Gaming and, like, literally just ask if you could help them. Because their world is... they cannot play the game right now. And so they're like, something about their PC is really struggling with the new update, and it's something about their specific specs for their computer. So, unfortunately for them, they can't really do anything at the moment. But I'm not sure how to make it refresh in terms of the server. I'm assuming it's just a server setting of some kind. Not that way. But for mine, I just have the saves from Delinsey Gaming specifically, and I have that save file in a random documents folder or whatever on my PC or on my external hard drive, whatever. And I just paste that over whenever I need to reload the world. And I assume it works very similarly in a server aspect, but you might have to like do some light coding or something like that would be my best guess. I haven't done anything with like servers specifically, so that's where I'm maybe not as knowledgeable. But Delinsey Gaming has a whole thing on their channel about how to download their resource world. You can do it like a personal one. I can't imagine that it's that difficult once you've done the the original setup. I think is probably the only complicated part. Yeah, Delinsey Gaming on the YouTube. They are incredibly helpful. They have a whole thing, like a packet, essentially, you can download if you want to learn more about how to do it. It's a little bit of a pain. I think the hardest part is you have to turn your cloud saves off. I like your building. This looks very great. Thank you, Athif. You've had snow since November 1st, too? Holy cow. Where do you live? I'm like in the Central Oregon. We had some in the first month, but or in November as well, but like really, really light snow. Was not much. A light dusting. Nothing to complain about. Just a tiny bit. Zero productivity. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. But like the servers are just like G-Portal or whatever, I think is what most people use. So that part of it I don't think is like incredibly difficult. Ouch. Yeah, I wonder how this will look if I pick that up and we use this instead. Oh, we just re-terraform this a little bit. Kind of a pathetic little dribble, isn't it? It's like a little baby unicorn. Wait, if there's a mod to just spawn in stuff, why don't you use that? I hate the mod. I absolutely hate it. I despise using mods. And no, I'm not missing your chats. I'm just chatting about other things at the same time. For something for you to remember, I have to stay on topic or I will just go off in a different universe. So set up that script can move the cam using AI to know where / You can't just use AI on a random camera. This thing, you can't do anything with this camera. It's a piece of crap. There's a reason it's the dog camera. Now, if I wanted to spend 100-something bucks... If I wanted to spend 100 bucks... Doesn't fill up as well, though, is the only issue. I don't really want to use 2 water sources. I already have one in here. I think this is the hardest part about the water, is figuring out how to properly fill things up so they stay filled up. What if we moved this? How will that work? I think this is the most difficult part of this entire thing, is like figuring out how to get the water level where you want it without it just literally overflowing and taking over the entire place, because as it looks like it's about to do. But if that stays like that, that's perfect. Ooh, please stay. This is perfect. Pretty please keep working. Don't overflow into my water area. Me distracted? Exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Delinsey Gaming. There's like a... What is it called here? I'll look it up. In the Enshrouded channel... if the like official Enshrouded Discord, you go to Base Design Showcase. There's like a whole shared world thing, and then within that, it's like Public Resource World V7. Chat, let me do this. Hold on. Try using that. That should do it. That'll just bring you straight to it. What, setup that's in real life? I mean, yeah, they have cameras that have auto tracking, but they're like $180. Like, I just got the Link 2C, if I'm not mistaken. The Instalink 2C, and it has an upgraded model that has like an AI tracking thing. But I'm not spending that much money on a dog camera, is what I'm saying. Can't tell. Is this getting higher? It's like so close to flooding. But it's so... It is not. The link doesn't work? What? Rude. I mean, that's the world. It looks like you just don't have permissions. That might be your Discord thing. Well, yeah, it's a Discord link. So yes, you do have to have Discord. That does help. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Oh god. GG's, Ducky, GG. Okay, I feel if we get the top here leveled out, this will work perfect. We gotta figure out how to make that not look like such a little trickle of water, though. I also need to figure out how to make these look nicer. Got a little leak, too. We moved like 2 of them. Okay, that I can live with. That's good. That actually looks so much better than the other one did. Love it. Honestly... kind of perfect. Toss in a little like grass for the scenery. Make it look all purty. Make sure it's not leaking into my... Ah! The bottom could flood. We don't know. We'll see. Get up there. Gosh dang it. It's all slippery. It's like somebody put a bunch of water in here or something. Yeah, oh, it is flooding. Dang it. Just, that's more of like a voxel thing, I think. I don't know if it's actually flooding. So this is what I would say the hardest part about this update is like figuring out how to not have water go literally everywhere. Some of it is just like visual glitches as well, so that's the other side of like, it's really hard to tell if it's just potentially overflowing a little bit or if it's like actually leaking. Maybe we put a drain back and see if that works better. Udrath being a smart aleck? Now, is that actually... So, the water pump allows you to pump water into areas and pump water out of areas. Okay, I could live with that. It's not perfect. I think the hardest thing is getting it to the level that you actually want the water to stay at. But that's pretty frickin' good. The hardest part, because everything slopes down, so it's kind of like when you put water in, it just kind of comes... It's like a triangle, so it gets thinner and thinner and thinner. So if you're trying to like fill an area, it's much more difficult to do with like running water like this. How are the water features coming along? Pretty good. What water, not buggy? You were buggy? I could be. Could all be a glitch in the system. It's very true. I'm just a glitch. Not even here. Just a glitch in the matrix. I guess the question is, do we want... Ooh. Where'd it go? Why is it face down? That better? Aha. Okay, we're gonna have to go get more basin dirt. Kind of curious to make this thing glow. Yeah. Oh yeah. Let's hope this doesn't ruin everything though. Let's get rid of that other one. Have to be careful near the bottom here. Happens about as often as you getting distracted? Oh, for sure. Respect. I respect it. That is all right with me. What's the mud look like? Literally nothing. Oh, there we go. Whoa. You could make that an Enshrouded. That's for sure, Ducky. Ah! Oh no! Okay, it went away. Good. So natural. So luscious. Saying last night, right as you were ending stream, if the two pools of water outside of the cathedral can share one water pump by making a little tunnel under the walkway connecting the two pools, would it not level correctly? I assume it wouldn't level correctly. Because that's kind of what I was trying to say, is that if you put a water source, say, here, you're starting at, say, 2 blocks high or whatever. It always will go down in like an even triangle. And so if you put it between the two, you would never have the second pool be as full as the first pool, if that makes sense. It's kind of a... That's the difficult part of it. There could be a way to do that. I think it would take a lot of effort. Not totally sure if it's necessarily worth the effort it would take. It could work, absolutely, but I think from what it's my very small amount of experimenting. I think it's harder than it's worth. And that could be totally wrong. But I do know that it is just a lot easier to use 2 water sources. And we never know, like, if they're gonna make it change it, if it's gonna get easier, more difficult. No clue, honestly. Put the pump in the middle of the tool pools. In the middle where? Like that, you're saying? Didn't think about that it could go up. I don't know if that's gonna fill enough, though. Probably put it like... hide it a little. What, here? Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that if you split them between it, neither of them will get to this height, is the struggle, if that makes sense. Leaking somewhere. Like, if I'm splitting between the two, then both of them are going to be, like, half this full. And I really visually want it to be, like, up to this white line. That's why I put them in the corner like this, because it's, like, the exact height I want it to be. Whereas, like, you can already see, like, this one placed where it just will never get to the right height. Is essentially... the way it works is that if this is at this height... The max height that the water can reach is this block. So it will never go higher than this unless it's like a really, really small pool. But anything the size that we're doing here kind of are stuck with some option like this, or else it just won't fill up. And that's specifically because the way I'm doing this, having the water flow outwards means that you have to have a constant water source. Now, if I wasn't doing these waterfalls and I close this, I'm pretty sure I could just fill it up with a water pump, which we could maybe show off. But doing like a... It's definitely trial and error. There's still so much to learn about how this whole system even like works, but this is my current understanding. Uh-oh. But, like, that should overflow till it's at the same height, and then it should just stay like this. There's no painting. You can dye your armor and stuff, but not the blocks. Over there. Technically, this works, I think. That looks right. Oh, geez. I can't wait till I can fix my key bindings. Oh, geez. They're good. Red color and sky blue colored block? I think so. There's red for sure. I see waterfalls all over this build. Well, we only have 20 water sources of these things. So that's how many we will be able to do currently. If you want, the only red block is this. It's like a dark red marble. So you can kind of see it up there. And then the blue block, the only one they have is this like luminescent blue block. No, you can only physically have 20 water sources. So you can fill as much water. Like if you wanted to make a pond, you don't need a water source to fill a pond. But if you want like flowing running water for a waterfall, you have to have, to create this effect, you have to have one of these water dispensers. And you're only allowed 20 water dispensers at this current time. In each, like, per world. Like, I don't think you can place more than that. It will just say, you've hit your limit. Look how this is leaking out somehow. Is that leaking now? Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling that they'll allow for more overtime for sure. I think you're right. You'd be right saying that. I think in its current iteration, what I assume is that they were very worried about performance in the long run here. And so instead of flooding the game and allowing people to do too many at once, they decided to like limit it. Because, I mean, you know how builders are. If you give them 40, we're going to find a way to use 40. Like, there's no doubt about it. So, if you don't allow us to break the game, we can't break the game. Those are supposed to be white, aren't they? Yeah. Derp. Never really looked at your base, but that's a good storage room with the blocks on the walls where you can see where they are. Yeah, I need to redo it now. I need more. I need more storage. Sadly. Somehow I'm running out of storage. I feel like I way over designed that whole room, and I did not. I think now you can use signs and stuff. So theoretically, you don't have to do it the way I do it, but I'm such a visual person that I really liked having it set up where you could see all the blocks. It also makes it so when I inevitably go in to add decor items, because that's what the majority of the chests that you can see in that room are empty. And it's because there's so many decor items, we need chests for all of the decor items as well. I'm not making a legit resource world, but I do kind of want my world to function like one. In a perfect world, it would work like one. So we'll kind of see how it all goes. But I already know I need more space, so. Especially every single update, they're just adding so many more items. What happened? Not enough. There we go. Oh. Worked better. Did it? And to pick in general to explain what I meant, but you don't have to check it right now. Just a thought. Yeah, I'm definitely open to ideas. This is all just experimentation, so. Using stone. I mean, the whole point of this island was to leak. So if it's leaking, what? If it's leaking, we're doing something right, you know? Ha. I think that's better. Oh. But now it's leaking down there. Oh, geez. Need to get... Let's do that real fast. There's different strength trampolines, and this super strong one is not the right option. As the kids say, it's dripped out. I thought the kids said some combination of like numbers these days, right? I have trampolines. Yes, the nice thing is to, like, I'm never gonna build the huge chests, let's be honest. The new chests they added, they're too expensive to build this many, but I'm gonna go to a resource world at some point and get all of those. And then we'll be able to hold so many freaking items, we won't even have to worry about all the storage, but... In a perfect world, I'd have a chest for every single item in the game. Or at least every type. Like, light. All lights would go in one chest. Just seems... It's the easiest way to look at everything. I know I have trampolines. Where are they? I swear, it's 59. It's got to be 69, right? That's the number. Yes, the major crappy part about how I designed this is that you have to jump, which is not ideal. (6'9" was our generation, right? I guess let's take a second. Oops. If I were to redo this, what could we fit? We could put a chest here. And then go lower. There. That still doesn't really give us any more. Put one on the floor. Up timber. If I put them on the floor, visually not what I want, but sorry if this doesn't make sense to anyone. Just trying to see like what three chests high would do. Not quite. What's up, Grim? Welcome in. 789. Small 2x2 with a grapple? What do you mean? What? Got your treat? Play with your toy. Get all your food out of there. He used to go crazy for that toy. I don't know why he's being so lazy. Yeah, this doesn't really solve. I feel like if... I guess we could... Like, that was my issue with doing... So these are 3 blocks high. 1, 2, 3. And it's because so many of them have so many, like, intricate textures, you really can't, without it being that high, you really can't tell what the overall block looks like. The corners get too crazy. Might your food come a watching? 'Tis my birthday and I had too much chocolate gato. Ah, well, first off, happy birthday. Second off, how dare you have chocolate gato without sharing? That's just rude. Ooh. Timber, we're not leaving tonight. Sorry, bud. You're my indentured servitude tonight. For bailing on stream the other day. It could look nice to move one of these. Why am I not doing this over here? Let's just see what this looks like. Pick it up. I don't even eat cake, but it's tradition. I'll eat your cake. How annoying these were to place. Yeah. Do it. Ooh, my key bindings are so bad. Hate it. But I can't change them till they fix it. I do like I can reach that without jumping, but it doesn't really solve the issue. You hate it when people use words you can't read? I guess, Charles, I was more confused. What do you mean with a grapple? Like, what's the grapple do? That is the question. What? That's why I left that. Some of the voxel things can be a little silly. Not a big cake guy unless it's dripping in 3 different ilks. Staying open chest bug, still a thing. It's only for the empty chests. As long as there's stuff in the chests, it doesn't do that actually. So, for me, it's kind of nice knowing that these chests are empty. I don't hate it. It's all the full chests are fine, but like now you can see like, hey, there's nothing in this chest. There's nothing in these chests. Nothing in these chests. Why is this chest lighting up? I don't know. Tres leches? Ah. Could've known. It could be intentional. I have no clue. I noticed it the other day, but I was like, oh, I mean, I don't hate that it has that. A ledge to stand, but a grapple hook to get up to... I don't like jumping to get to the chests. I don't know if I want to grapple to get to each one of the chests. That semi-defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to fix, I would say. I don't hate this. This may happen just to move them all down one. It doesn't really solve anything, though. It doesn't add extra space. Do I need to be so picky? Maybe we just do this. And we, I guess, this is more chisel chip. Oops. This is how his chests are set up, which is, I don't hate. I just really like the visual look of them being separated, but in reality, function probably means exponentially more in this space. Like in reality, that really doesn't look bad, but it ruins the effect for the top though. That also doesn't quite work. technically, we could make the whole thing taller. I gotta redo the whole ceiling. But I already want to put stairs in here, so I guess, I don't know. This is the other, I guess, maybe we should stop talking about these and, pick up. A ledge to stand, but a grappling hook to get up to the 3rd level of chest. Yeah, again, I don't want to have to get to the level of the chests. That's like if I have to use, like, the idea here is like ease of use, you know, like quick is good. I'm not saying at all the grappling hook wouldn't work by any means. Just saying more so kind of defeats. It's kind of a visually intrusive way to do it, I think is kind of what I'm saying. Not that it wouldn't work, not that it's bad. We made these thinner. How thick are these? The hand railings. Make them go up this way, maybe. Kind of thinking just a 3rd tier here might be the best. Or it's 3rd tier? What am I saying? A 2-story storage room might be the option. Rest of stream is just spent fixing the entirety of the storage room. I mean, we got to fix it all at some point, right? I think in Grounded, I'm very focused in, like, one build. With Enshrouded, I think there's just so much to do that I find myself really enjoying jumping around things. Like, I don't really enjoy spending an hour or 2 hours building, like, one thing, you know? There's just, I have so much to build and so many ideas that I like jumping around. Like, thick. This is a thick. It's a thick boy. Hand railings. Oh. Jumping around keeps you sane building. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Words are escaping me. But, like, I can't just sit and look at water for an hour. I can't just sit and build, like, a castle for an hour. I'm better at it in Grounded for some reason. I think it's just there's less to think about, but it gives my brain a bit of time to, like, jump between the things. Welcome to my Grounded brain. This idea over here, that idea over there, and 2 years later I've got 6 mega builds. Yeah. And, like, that's what I'm trying to do here. I mean, this is one mega build, but I'm sort of treating the Dwarven Fortress, the Cathedral, the Library, the town itself, the wall around the whole thing. Like, each one is going to sort of feel like its own mega build within them. So, my brain does better in this game. Like, ooh, I got an idea. Let's go change this. Like, just sort of works. Like, you know that's got to look better than what I got going currently. Oops. Just something about this game that just... I think there's so much building potential that you just have to jump around and get experience with as much as possible, I guess. Another way to say it. It's the difference between building with the blocks and building with the decor is like a totally different feeling. again, like, I've been sitting here all day long thinking about all these different things. I think that's part of why my brain's jumping around as well. I've just spent the entire day thinking about what I want to build, how I want to make this whole thing, like, what's the aesthetic we're going for this entire build all day. What is the... This is where I'm a big... I really like building with a bit of symmetry in this game, because it's really easy to like look at this and be like, okay, what do I like better? Do I like the polished granite? Do I like this midnight tomb block? Obviously, I think this midnight tomb block looks absolutely incredible. I love these little like pillar things, but then it's like, how do you change the design now to sort of fit that aesthetic a little bit more? Bunch of animals live here. Somebody's closing the doors. Jeez. You're just learning how to chaos build everybody? Yeah, right? See, the difference is like, I'm mentally chaos building, but your builds are chaos. So it's different in some ways, right? Yeah, I can already picture like the Wells block looking better, or the Midnight Tomb block looking better than the green upper portion here. Sometimes I'll just do a little change to remind me to come back and decide what looks better later and then send it. Yeah. Exactly. Have a water fountain in the halfway in the walls and the water wheel on its side, and place 8 magic chests on the side of the water wheel. Do they be moving in and out of the walls? What? A what? I don't even know how to follow that. That's some like next level. On its side. So you're saying like create a spinning wheel? So you stand on the wheel and you can open everything or something? Is that what I'm understanding? Will I put a gargoyle on top? They don't have any yet. That would be... Statues are one of the things that I would really like more of in this game. This is like the best statue currently. There's these like the VUCA. They have their own thing. Mad Mac, welcome in. Hope you're doing great. I'd say the statues, these are the only ones that fit my aesthetic. There's that one too, over there. These, and then the rest are like this kind of like tribal, I guess. I don't know a good way to describe them. But the VUCA enemy in the game is like, they're like large Ewoks. They're not quite a, not like Chewie size. But they're kind of an Ewok-esque civilization. And all their stuff just, it doesn't fit the aesthetic for a, like a castle build like this. So I'm kind of stuck with what we got right now. And then there's like the whole mix of, like some of these blocks might work better to not be these, because you, like when you start combining one block around these areas, the voxels start working together. And so having like layers of materials in this game, I think is going to be probably the way to go. More materials is better, because sometimes when you do stuff like this, it doesn't quite read as well. This block's fine. There's a couple blocks that are just like, what? Like Ewok and Wookiee had a baby? Yeah, it's like the middle child. What does this look like? I haven't even really looked at these. Pretty nice too. Wonder, that might look a lot better as like the bottom of the water here instead of this block. There's so many options. I feel like if you're not using 50 blocks, you're really missing out on just the craziness that you can do. Oh, ouch. My ankles. Probably stream a little bit tomorrow night in the Discord. Let's go, man. Metrical Chaos sounds like an amazing build style. Yeah, I have symmetry down. The other side of that is where I'm... This game is chaos, though. Like, literally, just everything about building in this game is chaos. I'll have to watch it after stream. I don't want it playing like as a double audio though. And it's just confusing. Like this is where I very quickly feel like having multiple blocks here might be the way to go. As I was kind of trying to say, oop. I also need to find one of the new roof blocks. I'm so glad. The undo button in this game is so freaking. I think too much of one block very quickly becomes like visually overwhelming. I do like that, though. I think we're headed in the right direction. I think it's going to have to be like a mix of the polished granite. Like, this is too much polished granite, but like doing specifically these like bump outs as the other material, kind of how I have like this as an accent, will really break it all up. I think like maybe doing this arch and this arch too, and then leaving these like back pieces as the polished granite might be the way to go. I think this is where the polished granite falls short for me. Is it's too like tick 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 tick, whatever that means. Scouting out an area for a rice paddy. I actually really wanted to had that idea as well. Actually, I want to. I think we can build. What hard is my? Where are they? Uh-oh. There it is. We don't quite reach. If my altar reached over here, I had thought about building... This is how ridiculous my mind's gotten with this game. Let me up. At one point, I wanted to build out to... There's like... It's not a bridge yet, but I wanted to build a bridge out and over to this area, potentially. That did. No. Uh-oh. Well, this is like a tiered thing. It's really hard to see from up here. I can't reach it, but... I thought about building like a big farm area over there at one point. But I don't know if we're going to get to that. Uh-oh. Magic. Oh. They changed the terrain here, apparently, in the last update. So this is a good example of how the flame altars work in this game. Everything within your flame altar is unchanged. Everything without your flame altar changes. So very quickly, you can get some really weird stuff happening. What the heck? Half a hole? What? Oh, hey. Look, resources. So random. But yeah, you can tell. Weird stuff happens. They'll just randomly change the terrain all over the place. It's crazy. In this game, Shikaka could be easily a lot of thing to build a lot of floating things. Yeah. Well, that's the great part is everything floats. Like, you don't even have to try in this game. I love that they just said, screw it. Why limit people? You know? I wanted to build like 2 cracks on this side as well. A good old double cracker. When I clipped it, it said this is where I'm a big. Oh. Yeah. Timber have the night off. No, he's laying. What? If this is the camera over here, he's on this side of me. But yeah, little camera shy. He's just hanging out on my right for some reason. Nice large bridge is a good project. Yeah. It does, the only issue is that the natural bridge there is not really in the right spot. They make what? Rain? It's so wet. Yeah, as you can see over here, the main issue with this idea is it doesn't. I guess you could kind of build it out to this and over, but it doesn't quite line up, and it's a whole. I'd have to use an entire other flame altar to then build out this, and it's a little overkill because we have so much to build already. You know, I gotta control myself. It's too easy to try to jump into like 17 trillion ideas. Boy gets a sponsor and starts acting different. Honestly, I got him Bernie. You're a Bernie's Best. We're an affiliate for Bernie's Best if anyone wants dog supplements. Perfect little opportunity for Timber, but he's, of course, not showing. Oh, there he is. There we go. He's just hiding in the corner. Where are you building on the map? This is the Mistaberry Catacombs. So it's like on top of it. So my base actually goes down into the catacombs themselves. And yes, so like this side we've degraded a little bit. I'm still kind of figuring out how I like it. I don't know. These blocks don't degrade amazingly, unfortunately, so I like the way the granite blocks degrade a little bit better. Seen people build pretty large statue. I've seen another. And what do you mean, like Megashine? Not sure what that means. Sorry. But I don't think there's any large statues, but I've seen people build, like, using the decor items and stuff. They've, like, literally built out, like, massive statues. It's freaking crazy. Honestly insane what you can build in this game. Your creativity is actually the only limit in this game. I don't really think there's anything you can't build. Thank you for the follow, Mad Mac. Welcome, welcome. What, buddy? You're stuck tonight. You escaped the other night. You had to leave. I'm pretty sure Mom's having a hard time putting little guy down, so. Dude, my 2-year-old was 2-year-olding today. It was insane. Ugh. He's normally pretty dang good, but man, he had an implosion at about 6 o'clock. Just absolute breakdown. It was so crappy. He just was like, wait a second. I'm 2. I should be screaming right now. He didn't want to brush his teeth. He didn't want to go to bed. Then he wanted to go to bed. Then he didn't want to go to bed. Then he didn't want to brush his teeth. It was something. That. Probably will. Hi, buddy. I can't pet you all the time, dude. I think we need... Yeah, it's the terrible 2s. Absolutely. Full on terrible 2 moment tonight. It was something. Why's it gotta be night right this second? Ah, yeah, that's working actually. How well though? Pretty well. You live with that. We didn't break it. And we broke it. What do you mean? There we go. Just a little... Oh. Oh. Sometimes. And yeah, a thief. I am so excited. So excited. Sorry, I'm missing stuff. Is there a limit on the flame altars? Yeah, you get 10, I think. But they're massive. They're so big. If anyone actually uses 10, unless you're just using them to teleport between areas, like you're not gonna ever use them. Or if you built 10 separate bases, like for an example, as we just saw. So I'm using 5 here, which is absolutely overkill. This one is not needed because you could technically teleport to any of these, but I placed them inside the mountain themselves, so I don't have an exit point. But as we saw, we went over to this hill when I was talking about the bridge that could reach to this spot. These 4 altars all meet and they're overlapped one single block just so I can be safe. And they go all the way out to here. So with 4 altars, I can build on this entire like area, which is, I mean, as you can see, it's ridiculous. Like they're huge. I probably could have done it with like 2 or 3, placing them more effectively, but I kind of just didn't make sense. Wake of the Water added another flame altar. Oh, no. Oh yeah, the level. Yeah. Not sure. Does it say? Level. And you can make... This one's not fully upgraded. My other ones are, though, I believe. Let's double check. In Grounded 2, I can see an event where the water sprinklers turn on and blobs of water balls come crashing down on your head. Yeah, very unlikely. Yeah, these are all upgraded all the way. But you might be able to do more than 10 now. Not totally sure. Yeah, the issue with water in Grounded is that it's just like instant death at the scale. That's at least what the devs were talking about specifically, that it's just... The scale of any type of water just means, like, you have to leave and go away, because you'll just die, which is not a very good gameplay loop. Thinking it was going to be 5. Yeah, 10 is... It's a lot. They have definitely said, like, building is the goal. Stone? Think it better? Yeah, there we go. Roll this a little bit. Not bad. Kind of thinking like this. Wait. I don't even know what I was working on. Yeah, this one's not even really water anymore. It is. Oh, there it goes. Just decided to stop randomly. Okay. I'm thinking this will run down here, and there'll be like some waterfall feature that goes down into this like main staircase that I'm gonna build. The streamer that built a 10 altar base in the sky. How? How do you fill up that much space? Like, what do you even do? Crazy. How long have you been playing Enshrouded? I think we have. Let's see. Steam says 795 hours, but I've had the game since the beta. Oh, a little while. Why does that one keep stopping? Every time I look away, it stops. What is this? Oh, crap. Is it like you can't pee in public? This waterfall is like shy? Spent months filling in land and rock for it. Dude. That, trust me. I've done, I don't know if you guys have seen all this base. We'll do a quick run through and stuff. But this was all here. But I recreated this as like a floating island that's getting ripped out of the ground. And so I hollowed out this whole area. So this all got hollowed out. And then I created like little things like this to measure the height, to raise it. I don't know. I think it was like, I think I raised it like 5 of these or something like that, 4 or 5 up all the way around. So I like measured this edge that I cut out, raised it all up, and then rebuilt it as if it was being ripped out of the ground. So that took forever. That was a huge, huge project. And then everything in here, I also dug out as well. Tangible Hero, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I dug all this stuff out. I dug everything in here out. I've dug everything over here out. You can sort of see, of course, it's night when I'm looking at this, but yeah, you can see where I've dug all this out, and we still have a lot of work filling in this whole area back up. And then the upstairs area, this is all dug out. Still a ton of work to do. Then this was all dug out. Well, for the storage room, and then we have the massive armory, which is also all dug out. Like, all of this was filled in. Every single inch of this. And then this part, it was all part of, this is the Mystery Catacombs, so this was all already dug out. I just added the blue and then these side staircases to get up and down. But everything else here is pre-made by the devs. No! Oh, no. Okay, well. I think we're shrouded, aren't we? Good. Perfect. If you delete an altar, does all your stuff just come crashing down? You get a certain amount of time. So it's like, I don't know, 60 seconds or 5 minutes, something like that. So if you remove it, then you have a certain amount of time, unless you just, like, if you removed it, went to the main menu and came back, your stuff would be gone. You kind of have to be careful, but you could remove this altar, run around, and put another one here, and in that, as long as you're in that time frame before everything reloads, then you're totally fine, and it would all be back to normal. Like, it would keep everything. It's a pretty fail-safe system. So curious if when the creative mode drops, if they will even have flame altars. I hope not. Be pretty cool. But I'm not totally sure. It's kind of weird, because like you can't use, like, the build items and stuff don't work when you're not in the flame altar. So I'm not totally sure how that functions necessarily. Just reached 1,200 hours? Holy cow, I thought I was on top of it. That's awesome. You're in the right, if you're addicted to building though, you're in the right place. Because we're going to be building, this whole entire area is going to be filled up with stuff. We're going to have, for people who don't know, The idea being we're going to build out like a massive perimeter wall like this all the way around this upper area. This is sort of representing the cathedral that we're working on. I'm sort of working with this as a rough idea, so we're going to have kind of what I'm building right in front of what we were just looking at, the main front of the cathedral, with like the little side towers, and then there's going to be one massive tower that goes super high up to the build limit of my current altars, and then it will all like glow in the center, which you can kind of see I haven't finalized the idea yet. I'm still trying to figure out which block I like the most, but it's going to be something along these lines. Just been kind of toying with ideas, figuring out what we want to do. But just figuring out which light block I like the best. I wish they had this block, but in white. This would look so good if it wasn't the luminescent and it was more of the like stained glass look. Be really cool. Forgot about measuring out the entire island. Yeah, it was such a freaking project. It took so long. Not only did it take forever to dig this area out, but to like legitimately lift this. I guess this is where you can see. This is how I did it. So I took where I cut the edge and then matched each thing up to the exact height of each area, and then I rebuilt it, trying to like exactly match the terrain so it looks as realistic as humanly possible. And man, it was a project. I like this one only goes when I walk by it. That's so weird. 2 hours from when you take down the altar before the area resets. Oh, but if you relog, that's so long. Jeez. I thought it was way less than that. Yeah. That's a long time. So yeah, you don't have to worry about it at all. And you're inspiring me to step my game up. That's the goal. That's what I do. I feel like we're really just like getting into the beginning of Enshrouded. There's so much gameplay and stuff that we've spent time running around. But then like I would say my majority of what my channel is based around is Grounded. So we played 3,000 hours of Grounded 1, and then we have another 400 or something in Grounded 2. But this has been sort of my game to take a break in between updates for Grounded stuff. It's been a really good mix between the two. I really like both of these games. And this game, I don't think anything compares to the building in this game in terms of like freedom and flexibility. It's just so good. The final boss base build, yeah, right? Wonder how many more blocks they have that have not released, right? Welcome in, by the way, Kyle Hartman. Hope you're having a good night. Yeah, I mean, if we're looking like every update adds like 4 to 8 blocks, and they just keep going. Like I have a chest for every single block in the game, except for the stuff in the new update. I haven't put a spot for those yet, but this is currently what we have, and we're still in early access. It's amazing. We know all the hidden blocks. What do you mean hidden blocks? There's a section of the official Discord with a list. Oh. What do you like hidden in the sense that like they haven't come out yet? Oh, unplaceable blocks. Okay. So like the new blocks that are in the new update from the like all the water area, like were those on that list? Or are they the hidden ones that are more like the red shroud block, the lava block and all that stuff? Like I guess so I'm assuming what the hidden blocks are is more so the blocks you can't currently use they're in the game but they're not placeable yet, I guess, is kind of how I would think of it maybe. I'm curious to know more about your architectural background. Yeah, so I have a Bachelor's of Science in Architecture. I got a degree from Portland State University. Worked in an architectural firm here in Oregon for... Technically, I was working in the architectural firm since I was like 15. doing like random office jobs and stuff. And then while I was in architecture school, I had an architectural internship at an architecture firm, and then I finished school and worked there for like another 5 or 6 years or something like that, and then ended up kind of switching my career around and switching things up to get a better work-life balance. And so now I work on the other side of architecture, selling architectural site furnishings. So I still work with architects and contractors and stuff, but I'm at a much more relaxed job. As much as I loved architecture, it kind of was ruining it for me, doing it as a full-time career. And the projects you get to do as an architect kind of suck. It's not as glamorous as it might look a lot of the times. But yeah, if you have any like other questions about it, I don't necessarily know what else to talk about, but worked in a firm for many years, worked in the architectural industry my entire career pretty much, in different ways, shape and form. Now I'm looking for a different job as like a project manager for like construction type projects, I guess. Not totally sure what it's going to end up being, but all things design, construction, contracting, I've done in some way, shape, or form. I love the industry of design, but not totally sure where I'll end up full in the long run. Are you farming everything yourself or using resource worlds? I kind of do a hybrid, I guess. So I try to treat everything like survival in the sense that, so like I collect the items to upgrade altars, to strengthen the flame, to do quests, anything I need like that. The majority of things, if I have to craft it, I have the materials and stuff, so I will if I need to. But in terms of like decor and building blocks, everything else, so like weapons, armor, potions, all that kind of food, all those things I try to stay away from. And then I use Delancey Gaming's, I use their resource world to get the actual building blocks. So if I need terrain blocks, if I need building blocks, if I need decor items, I use a resource world for those, just because if I have one complaint, I mean, there's very few complaints I have about this game. If there is anything, it takes so long to gather this amount of material, and I like trying to make content and trying to like do all of these things at the same time. Like I don't have time to build what I want to build, doing it fully survival. So I've kind of done a mix of it, I guess is the best way to describe it. So I really enjoy the like survival experience of it, but then for like the build materials themselves, it gets a little too grindy at times at this scale specifically. If I was building a little smaller, I might have a different opinion about it. It's not too bad. I think it's just this scale is what makes it hard. Why did this change? There we go. Every once in a while, you look away and your water's just like doing something totally different for no reason. Sorry. Guy in the Discord that makes a script which can manipulate the game, gives us a build camera, and lets us place. Yeah, the Builder's Companion, I think that's what you're talking about. Digs into the guts of the games. And according to him, water is not a block, it's the second layer which uses the voxel system. Interesting. What kind of projects? Mostly multifamily housing projects. Sort of the name of the game. As an intern, I did an absolute crap ton of TI projects, so tenant improvement. So you're like a building that's already built, a new tenant's coming in, and you're completely redesigning it for their company. I did a ton of projects like that. Mostly 5/1 housing. So thank you, Loot. Thank you. 5/1, so being like the first floor retail, then 5 levels of housing. That was the majority of what I worked on. I got to work on the old Vancouver City Hall building in Portland. I got to redesign the exterior of that building and completely renovate it. And that was like, I can't call it my project, but because there was a project manager, but they kind of just I did the whole project with the project architect looking over me, just making sure things, because I wasn't a licensed architect. So I can't sign drawings, but I did enough work that I could do all the actual design and everything and the construction documents and stuff. So, I don't know, lots of projects. Say if you want an idea of like the coolest I guess I didn't work on the one that's shown. They haven't built the second phase, but if you look up Hasselo on 8th, thing in project in Portland, Oregon, that was, my dad was also an architect, so I worked at the firm he worked at, and then he retired, and I stayed there for a handful more years after he had left. His timing was horrible. He retired like right after, or right before I finished school and stuff, so I never like truly got to work with him. I just like worked at the company as an intern for a little while. But I got to work on, I did a crap ton of design work on the second phase that I don't think ever got fully built. I think they kept changing it. Lost funding or something like that, who knows. I stopped keeping track of it all. But that was probably the coolest project I got to work on. It was a mega block project, so there's four city blocks that were combined into one massive project. So there was two 5/1 housing projects, a 27-story housing building, and then like a 40-something story kind of like skyscraper that was, it was a bunch of stuff. It was like business, there was like a retirement home space, there was a grocery store, there was a lot. And I got to work on a lot of like, not necessarily landscaping, but designing like plaza work and stuff. I did a ton of stuff like that as well. Lots of random things, but it was really fun. And Thief, how old am I? I'm 33. Build an army worthy of Mordor? Oh, geez, lewd. Are photos posted anywhere, or do you open your server to visitors? Yeah, we have... I don't have pictures of this necessarily. I have some, like, everything's live streamed of the build of this pretty much. So on my YouTube channel, same thing as my Twitch. There's a lot of live streams of Enshrouded and stuff. I have like one Enshrouded video. I haven't spent a whole lot of time making actual content for this game. I kind of just play it and build. But I can definitely post some pictures if people are interested. Just take screenshots and get them on there as well. My grounded stuff is all on there, though. I have a ton of grounded imagery there. The new guided axe and pickaxe are faster. Oh, I forgot those were a thing. True. I forgot they had new versions of it. You're older than me, Lude? Okay, Grandpa. What kind of building would have been your dream project to design? I kind of got to do it. Oh, ads, sorry. I wouldn't necessarily say... in an architectural firm, honestly, I don't know what it would be. There is so hard to know what I wanted to build and stuff. I enjoyed just design in general. But in architecture school specifically, I wonder if I have an image of it. I got to design a sports and recreation center for architecture school. See if I can pull it up. I might have some images. I know I got it in here. So I don't remember what architecture class it was. Ah, Here it is. So I got to design a soccer sort of like a recreation center in Sacramento. This was a super fun project for me. So I got to design the building itself. I got to master plan the entire park. So I like decided where the fields go. They wanted baseball fields, soccer fields, a basketball center, and then you kind of got your own freedom to figure out what you wanted to do. So I picked this, and there is a really large part of the community that wanted more soccer related things. So I decided to do design an indoor soccer facility. So there's futsal fields on the lower level. Then there's like an upper level that had viewing spaces, a like flexible gallery type community space. Then it had like an exterior area where you could like watch baseball games and soccer games from. Then yeah, this is the best image. So yeah, futsal fields, an upper viewing area, the gallery space. There's a little like merchandise area, food court sort of thing. Then the like garage doors opened up to look at the fields and like created it was like a very environmentally focused project while also being like a community center thing at the same time. It was really fun. So like soccer center for me was like the dream because I'm a huge fan of soccer. I played soccer my entire life. That was a really fun one. That was probably the best thing I ever got to build or design specifically. It was really fun though. I like the community type spaces. So like community rec center type things I think would be fun. But at an actual architecture firm, 99.9% of what you actually get to design is business office buildings and housing projects. That's it. There's so few projects you get to build that are actually cool. Because there's not enough cool projects that happen in this world anyways, sadly. You're kind of Gramps age, though. Hate getting old. Can I download into a robot? Seriously, Charles, seriously. Got to 45 last week. All good. Hopefully, if it's lagging, let me know. Looks awesome. I've always been into architecture, but just something to admire, nothing professional. I think, honestly, like, professional architecture, if I was born 100 plus years ago, I think architecture would have been the coolest thing in the world to me. It still is. It is an incredibly cool thing, but the projects, or maybe if I grew up in Europe, I think architecture is so much better. Is there just such a good understanding of how important the built environment is in Europe compared to the US, and the US is just profit. And so architecture in the majority of architectural firms is just for-profit garbage. Because companies don't want it. They want the cheapest possible project. They don't do fun things. They're not interested in creating like incredible living spaces for people. It's the wrong mentality. And I very quickly, as I started doing more professional work, kind of started realizing that and just kind of was like, decided I needed to switch it up. See what else is out there. Getting to design a modern church would be really cool, yeah. But again, like the opportunity to do that at an architecture firm is almost non-existent. Yeah, the Renaissance era in architecture overseas, yeah, like the Sagrada Familia, like those kind of things. Yep. Drive and demand for it isn't there anymore. Yeah, the lowest bidder wins. Yep. It's who can do everything the cheapest so someone else can make money. It's just not, I don't know. It's kind of a soul-sucking kind of career to work in. You can create some really cool things, and it was really fun at times, but I think a lot of it was just ruined because of the mentality that the companies that are developing projects are the issue. Not really the firms themselves or anything. It's just the crappy developers. I cannot figure out why this loads like that. So weird. Who knows? I'll figure it out. But my wife does, if my wife is of Italian descent, and until they just changed the law this year, we probably would have gotten dual citizenship and potentially moved to Italy, but they changed the rule this year, so she's no longer eligible as a third generation. But her grandma was from Italy, so her dad technically could. But because he didn't get his dual citizenship, she cannot right now because of the new law change, sadly. But I'm hoping that that gets changed and there might be some potential down the road, you know? Yeah, I think that's why I've gravitated towards more of the content side of like design and building, because I get to build things that I find fun and I find interesting, and it's not for a client. Father suggested to go study architecture when you were young. Here you, I'm glad I did not go into that. I think the struggle is that if you, so like I don't know, maybe you guys think differently because of my designs here and like built in games and stuff, but I was never going to be the best designer at a firm, and so I was never going to get to go work for the best architecture firms in the world. Like I would have been a really good project architect. I have a really good grasp of like the design sense. I am very good with clientele, presentations, that side of things, which is where a lot of architects are horrifically bad at that stuff. A lot of them can't talk to their dog, let alone like a professional client. And they just want to design cool things. And I was like, I would have been better at like an architecture, like owning an architecture firm and running it, versus being like the best designer at a firm. And so for me, the architecture firm lifestyle just, I don't know. Professionally, I wouldn't have ended up in 20, 30 years where I really wanted to be. I would have been a salesperson. So I skipped the line and kind of started sales in the architecture industry anyways. I just skipped it and started doing something more, not more fun, but more relaxed. I also, the thing that changed everything, a little insight to why I no longer work as an architect. I came into the office, I spent 2 weeks straight in the office till 12 every night, and then I would get into the office at about 6 or 7 in the morning to work just for this crazy deadline we had for this project. And I came in, and I knew an interior design principal was brought into the company from another company. He was like 50, like mid-50s, 50, probably 53, 54. Yeah, super successful, incredibly good designer, incredible architect, interior architect. Not that there was a huge difference. And I came in to the office at 6 in the morning, and I heard something behind me. I sat down at my desk, I started working, nobody else in the office. It was just me at that point. I walk in and I hear something shuffle, and I turn around, and this 50-something-year-old man is sleeping under his desk because as the project architect on the job, like it's his like he's the one in trouble if we don't get it done. And he was asleep under his desk in his mid-50s as one of the most successful interior architects in Portland, Oregon. And I'm like, if that isn't a window into my future, I don't know what else is, because I was not going to be the designer that gets to walk in shorts and a t-shirt. Like I was never going to be that guy. I was going to be the guy running projects. I was going to be the guy like bringing projects to the firm, very similar to how my dad's success in architecture came, because he was the guy who brought projects in and won jobs. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I have no interest in selling my life to the job. I have no problem working hard, no problem doing that, but I'm like, if I am at the point where my success is now only leading to me sleeping under a desk with a wife and kids at home, like I need to start rethinking what I really want out of life. And I still don't necessarily know what I want out of life, but I know I didn't want that. If anything, it was a wake-up call that said, yeah, this is not what I want to do. I love design, I love the architecture, but that was not how I wanted to live my life. But I think architecture is incredibly cool, and I think if you get in the right firm, it can be a different lifestyle. But then, you know, if you get in smaller firms, like the work-life balance can be better. But the other side of it is you don't get to work on the cool projects. So it's kind of catch-22, it feels like at times. Like, you want to do cool projects, you have to work at the big firms, and if you want to work at the big firms, you're going to be expected to just absolutely kill yourself all the time. So, I don't know. It takes some evaluating how you want to live, what you want to do. Yeah, that was an eye-opening moment in life. Actually. Got it. Not quite right. Close. I kind of like the other side better. I don't know. Can there be a Hall of Builders in here? Yeah, probably. Welcome in, John Thomas. How's it going, man? Long time no talk. Everything here in the South has become cookie cutter copy after some copy of housing. Yeah, exactly. It's lost the heart. I think when my dad was an architect growing up, he got to work on such cool projects, and that's just not how the world works anymore. Sad world. Back for 2 weeks when I was on leave. The way each culture sees architecture and design is mind-blowing. Yeah. No, Europe just... I'm not saying Europe has everything figured out necessarily, but they have a better... In many ways. They have just a better appreciation for, like, what art does. What design, what art, what the finer things in life can really do for people. Like, what culture is. I think, as someone living in the U.S., I think what I find so funny about the U.S. is it's a cultural melting pot where the entire country is made up of people. No one is, except unless you're Native American, like, no one is an American, you know? Like, we're all from somewhere else in the world. And with the most insane collection of cultures all coming into one place, the U.S. has the least culture out of anywhere in the entire world. Like, there's just, like, culture, I don't know what culture is. Like, I can't consider, like, football or soccer culture in many ways. It's an interest, it's a pastime, but there's so little culture here, like, telling us the Japanese have a very craftsman culture and how they build things, and they like the joinery of wood, and like there's this like art style to it, and they love, and that's like the passion in it is the way the things join together. In Europe, it was the churches and the cathedrals, and like how those are like the center point of everything in a city or a town. In the US is like McDonald's and cookie cutter houses to make the most money possible, and you're like, it has no sense of culture in many ways. Not like bashing it in some senses, but it doesn't understand, like, people just don't know how to appreciate the like beauty in some things in the US, and so the culture is profit, the culture is money. And it's unfortunate. It's a sad way to do things at times. Tea? Is that right? They went up, yeah. I would have lined them up a little bit better. They're like... Almost right. I don't hate it. See. I think my old account had the same name. Yeah, Leighton. Yep. I remember. I learn more about architecture and city planning so I could be a better builder, and I find the topic fascinating and love to look at building design. I think that's what I think city design and stuff is really interesting, but like US cities are designed like crap. They're so bad. They're so bad in so many ways. But I have a passion for like city design and those kind of things too. I love the industry as a whole, but need to get billionaires to shell out more money to bring up the architectural standard in the U.S. Maybe some kind of incentive. We have buildings here where I live that were commissioned during the Great Depression by FDR, and they are some of the nicest detailed buildings. Yeah, unfortunately, unless they're making a crap ton of money, they're not going to spend money on it. You know, you have to regulate. The government has to regulate why things are made well and not made. Like, so much architecture in the US is like, this is going to last 100 years. Like, that's like, as an architect, like, part of my job was to make sure that the building lasted 100 years. Whereas Europe, it's like, no, this is going to last forever. Like, this is going to be here forever. This will never go away. And it's just a completely different mentality of like consumerism that for architecture, just like, they're very conflicting concepts. Like, not spending money in architecture don't work. It's not how good design works. Like, creating livable spaces. Like, that's what I loved about architectural design, was creating livable spaces that improve people's lives, not just make someone money or a company money. And that's, you can't convince people that are putting the money up, that have the money to spend money to make other people's lives better right now. Unfortunately, they just, and I don't know how you incentivize that when they could just make 10 times the amount of money not caring about it. Was this supposed to be a building video? It could be. Make a little, it's not a YouTube short. I've been talking too long, so it couldn't be that. Real Peasant, welcome in. The build is looking great. Thank you, appreciate it. Made me want to get the game, but I don't want to get addicted. Oh, get addicted. It's worth it. This one's worth it. This game is worth it, the addiction, if you enjoy building. It's so fun. So freaking. Been spending time researching medieval cities, both historical and fantasy builds. I've been invited to and for my personal builds. That's awesome. Yeah, a lot of, I mean, as you can kind of see, you guys know what I'm looking at all the time. If I look up, I'm looking at like all my precedent type images. So some of it's AI, some of it's Enshrouded builds, some of it's like architectural plans for older cathedrals and stuff. So some of it's real, some of it's fake, some of it's like crazy stuff I want to like build, and the fantasy side of these builds, and it's more like realistic base. I try to make a meld of fantasy and real when I'm doing it. I want them to be ridiculous and over the top, but I also want them to kind of read as the real thing. Everything will go away in 5,000 years when the sun grows into the red giant, right? Yeah, none of it's going to be here, but we won't be here in 5,000 years too, so. Or at least I won't be here. Done the Hall of Builders like 4 times. Why would you do it 4 times? What's the point of that? You should be saving for the Master Builder. Because then you get like, if you get Master Builder, you'd be a VIP in the chat, and you'd be there if you stopped doing that. Going off a city building, you ever see a video of how they used mushrooms to design the most efficient highway systems for cities? I think I've seen like a YouTube short on that. Yeah, Ducky, here's your pond right here. This is for you. Whee! This is all for you. Yeah, in Japan. Yeah. I know exactly which one you're talking about. Yeah. And that's, again, the Japanese have such an interesting way of like looking at design and stuff. Europe in the same way. They all have such an interesting understanding of how it works. I can't make a duck. We have a block. How am I supposed to make a duck out of a square? It's a fun and interesting topic. Yeah, definitely. I want to say we looked at that Japanese as like that Japanese city as a precedent in one of my architecture classes ages and ages ago. A cubism duck, right? Yeah, I've seen the Scorpion Tower. Yep. I try to keep a pretty good, like, I try to keep up on a lot of architecture if I can, just for inspiration and stuff. Make the duck. Oh, jeez. How about this, Ducky? I'll build you your duck when you get the Master Builder title. Because that is the point of the Master Builder is that if you get that many points, you get a special thing in the build for you. That's the idea behind it. And you get VIP in the channel as well. And I don't know why you would redeem. I still can't figure out why you redeemed it so many times. Like, what were you hoping to gain? I don't know. We need to remove this. You can actually see why this one's not working. I find it so funny that I get to talk and think about architecture more as a content creator than I think I ever did as an architect. In so many ways. So random. Never would have guessed in a million years. Nope. That 5K last stream and your 8K, yeah. You get that done. That, I mean, that is like actually is the point of that tier option. Oh my. The Master Builder is you get your name in the Hall of Builders whenever we get that built. And you get VIP. Get your nice little perks. And you get something special. And if yours really wanted to be a duck, I think we could make that happen. If that was your dream. It's like, for those who know, Kinda Crazy was... Oops. Was that in the channel. And I made him a porta potty. Because he was a troll. So he got a porta potty in our grounded 1 builds. Time for me to get off. It's midnight here on the East Coast. You stream late for me, but I will do my best to come back. But I will be snooping your Discord soon enough. Sounds good. Yeah, definitely join the Discord. I'm in there all the time. All day, every day. And yeah, hopefully at some point I can start streaming earlier. But yeah, as a West Coast time zone, it makes it really difficult, unfortunately. There's potential as my son gets older, it'll be easier as well. A little jank, but at least it's not doing the 2 little trickling streams finally. Oh, I got the wrong one. Whew. Discord. Oh, we all did it. There's a couple links. Okay, now how do we get these? I'll make this flow down now. Not backwards. No, please. Too young to fall. Ludorov's not, though. He's old enough to fall. couldn't help myself. Shots fired. Shots fired. Still getting through. I couldn't help myself. Didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Like low-hanging fruit because you made the joke earlier. Why is this go? Oh, here's the hole happening. It's not going backward now. We spend as many hours on Enshrouded as you have on Grounded. I'm looking forward to seeing your builds. Thank you for the inspiration to step in my game. I have need to learn layering like yours. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm actually in the process of working on a video, the top 10 tips to build better in Enshrouded. If you haven't seen I have a top 10 tips to build better in Grounded, where I try to use as much of my architectural knowledge to teach the concepts of building. It's a little bit of a different, like, a lot of people that do build tip videos focus much more on just building in the game and like little hacks and stuff, whereas I try to teach more of a philosophy of building, I guess is the best way I could put it. And I'm hoping to have that video. I got a lot of work to do on the whole thing because I'm very particular about how these bigger videos look, but I'm really hoping to get that out in the not so distant future. Ads? Oh no. Let me know when you don't have them anymore. But was you going to gut all that out? What do you mean? Which part? Gut what out? Oh! Ah. Ouch. It's a little too much. I kind of want it to look more like two individual waterfalls, not one big. Who fell now? Right? Have a good night. Love the stream too. I might have to take a survival break and actually design a base. Sounds good, Tangible. If you need help with the builds, just you're in the right place. You can see the whole castle floating. This is essentially what it's going to be like. So all this is pretty much done. I just have to finish filling in the rest of this, essentially, like this stuff. But this is all finished the way I want it to be. Down to this, of course. This will all be filled in. Because this is going to be like the under part of the castle. There's going to be a treasure room under here that's being ripped up and stuff. There's going to be like some inside stuff of the castle down here. So we have to build this all this stuff back and down. But in terms of stuff that I would say is essentially done, like this is all pretty much done. I need to do a little cleanup, of course, but the rough idea of the floating castle is finished. But yeah, I'm making a top 10 tips to build better in Enshrouded. Specific video being more so focused on an architectural mindset, I guess is the best way to put it. And how I think about design in video games, less about just like pure tips of, ooh, this is how you dig terrain, and like the majority of tips that I find to be a little bit more generic in these types of games. Whereas I'm a bit more interested in trying to help people become better designers with my tips. So if you watch my top 10 tips, not that you necessarily play Grounded or interested in it, but it would give you a pretty good idea of kind of how I'm thinking about the video. But yeah, the hope in the long run is to have the top 10 tips to build better in Enshrouded, which is more of an architectural mindset and philosophy of building versus really specific tips, I guess. It does have some general tips for building and stuff as well, but I have a lot of recording. Again, I need more stuff built for footage and stuff as well, so I'm a little slow on getting that made, but I'm hoping in the next month or so. With a stinking full-time job, it's hard to find time to make videos and all that as well as stream and everything. Uh-oh. Fill it in. But let me know, Charles, if that kind of made sense. What I was saying is like, this is done. I want to make sure I was understanding what your question was. Get it to stop leaking. You have a suggested website section on your Discord for references for learning? I do not. Really thought about that specifically. Interesting idea, though. Coming out next month, Timber's architectural design book for video games. You put lights in your waterfalls? No, I haven't messed with any lighting in terms of like water yet. It does feel like we're gonna need like a secret tunnel through this, you know? Like somewhere behind this waterfall. That'd be really cool. We all more or less learn off each other. Yeah, a lot of the learning is just talking on streams. That's kind of why I transitioned from trying to do lots of videos to live streaming, is because I can just talk. I can answer questions really easily. I can help people in the moment. I really enjoyed that side of streaming specifically for the kind of the way I think about things. But if I think of any resources that people could use, that would be a cool one. It'd be interesting. I don't know. Not really sure how I'd approach that, but it's an interesting idea. Know what they don't know, and it's their responsibility to seek knowledge. Yeah, that's what am I trying to say? I think in a rough sense, a lot of my channel is kind of based on education, but we have a long ways to go. I'd love to be the go-to person, you know, for design knowledge and those sort of things. It'd be really interesting. But I'm still kind of figuring out how all of that works. Best way to approach those things. Like the videos do a great job at it, but I think there's a lot of potential that I could keep working with. So then, like those are waterfalls. Ew, that looks. Wish I could just like cut that just a little bit. It's just a little too big. Babbling and falling asleep. I'm headed to bed. Thank you for the stream and the hospitality, I'm assuming. I appreciate the vibes and the willingness to share knowledge. Yeah, that's... Ain't no gatekeeping here, that's for sure. The goal is to teach, help everyone get better. You're gonna tell your Enshrouded community about me? Let's go. Please do. I want so many people to play this incredible game. And part of like building and teaching people and helping people get better is by collecting more good builders as well. There are many things that I would miss out on in teaching and stuff. So the more great builders here, the more we can all work together to help other people get better as well. So appreciate it. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll hopefully see you on the next one. Okay, that looks pretty good. The more the merrier, I always say. Okay. It's headed in the right direction. The question is, how do I want... I could see like a water feature being right here, like a pool of some kind. Could be kind of interesting. Maybe it goes around the outsides. Potential. I still haven't quite figured out how I want to design these stairs either. So many ideas. But yeah, this is also what I'm... So I want to make this look sort of like a crack. Big old crack. Rather like the A-frame look of the stairs. Yeah, it's now like what is the rest of the design though? I think I like it as well now, but it needs now... This is a good, like, rough form, but now it needs... Is it like a wall that comes straight down, and then I, like, cut things into it with, like, statues? Is it... Yeah, how do they connect in more? Because, like, the hard part is thinking of what this staircase would look like if the castle was at this level still. So that's been an interesting thought process of like, what does this really look like if that was like literally ripped from it and then like lifted off the ground? Like how much destruction is there? Can I design like cracks or something like that through it? I don't think just building this like as a flat wall would be very interesting. But like what goes in that area? I don't know. Large pool with lights under it, with plant growth. With a kimono dragon coming out of it. Minus the dragon part, that sounds very doable. The dragon part, I don't know. It'd be interesting. The freeform design, like dragons and those statues, is where I'll not quite my specialty. I am much more like architecturally based, building stairs, landscape, those type of things. The freeform art is not my specialty. What's up, Knife? How's it going, man? I don't think I saw you in chat yesterday, so I would assume we did not know you were lurking. Yes. Until you fill it in, you don't really know, right? Why does it ruin the stairs? Filling it in at least lets me going. A gamer/builder who has never gone online. What you do and have done for me in the community is make a safe space for ideas, growth, and progression, communication to create original ideas. Dude, that is the dream. That is everything I try to do. So hearing you say that that's the vibe and stuff you get is honestly a heartwarming feeling. Yeah, a lot of what I try to do is create a place where we can all get better, build cool things. I think a lot of people don't appreciate the effort and stuff that it takes to do these kind of things. And I think a lot of people are maybe too afraid to show their things off, afraid of the judgment of everyone. And I don't ever want anyone to feel like they're being judged here. Like, we all start at the same spot at the end of the day. We are all learning and getting better. I can get better. Everyone can improve their designs and the concepts and the things they're doing, and this is a place where we can all do it together. While having some fun as well. Kind of like leaving this rock and maybe finding a way to like add that in as the design somehow. Kind of interesting. Pay Timber 500 to buy a camera that will track the dog. Dude, what? Damn, you could even engrave dragon designs into a build. You really could. Really could. Ugh. Be freeform, built like it's in Grounded. True. Takes a lot of... What is LBVS? Sorry. That's supposed to be like love? Vibes? Don't play an MMORPG. I used to way back in the day. I played some, but I don't have time to like no life games like that. Like those are just the games where you just it's like endless. You can never stop. Have to be playing. Almost day 500 on Grounded 2, and I'm still learning how to build better. I love my designs because I haven't seen it. Haven't seen it dissected and still building. Excited to, if you ever feel like it. Excited to see what you're building. That's one of my favorite things, like... I really enjoy seeing... That's why I love Tour Tuesday. They're so... It's just so fun seeing everyone else's designs and what we're all coming up with stuff. How we're all playing the same game but have completely different ideas. It's so fun. Didn't have to pay Timber for a camp. What are you two doing? I don't even know what Ducky, like... Ducky's out here trying to get people to buy me better webcams for a dog. Knife's got his own things to pay for. His own life. I do like seeing that filled in. It kind of starts creating the picture a little bit. You're a good noodle, good. I know you won't fall victim to Ducky's peer pressure. Don't worry. He's a peer pressure duck. Push the agenda. RuneScape 3 takes up most of my time. My Steam games are collecting dust, right? Oh, who wants a member? Anyone not a member here? I think Knife is looking to be generous. Exclamation point, not a member. Yeah, don't encourage the duck. You're a member. He already made you mod on his channel. Give a duck an inch. He'll take a mile. Yeah, the question is, how do I use this rock as an interesting part of this design? That's the question. Or you time him out. He removed you as mod. I mean, can you blame him for removing you? Within 30 seconds of you becoming mod, you already started threatening people to get timed out. You did the one thing that mods aren't supposed to do, abuse the power. It's instantaneous. And you banned him. Exactly my point. Couldn't handle the power. Couldn't handle it. Oh man. Enshrouded, but I've not built anything since the flying jellyfish mushroom things. Honestly, start building. It's so fun. I don't know, there's just something magical about this game. The builds can be, the build system is a little daunting at first, but man, is it cool. Why did I... What, timber? What do you need, bud? Wrong. What, did someone not pet you for 30 minutes and life is ending? The food out of your toy. Ducky doesn't need any of that power. Oh, you guys. Timber, I know. It always is so weird to me, like, looking at my stream and seeing myself, but then my hand petting the dog. I feel like Mr. Fantastic. I'm pretty sure. I guess I don't know if Ducky's sub on Twitch or a member on YouTube. Pretty sure he's a member. I think Ducky's got to earn it somehow if you're going to give it to him. No, I don't think people have to be here to get a sub. I've had some, like, you guys have gifted, like, 10 subs or 10 memberships before, and, like, people that haven't chatted or anything will get them. I know for a fact I have been gifted a membership to, like, Jade's channel randomly, and I was like, was not in his channel at any point that day, and I got a gift somehow, and I'm like, what? The memberships are kind of weird on YouTube for some reason. Wait a second. We should do... If I can line this out right, I can, like, frame this rock in an interesting way, I think. Can't see it, but... Interesting. If I start building again, I'll go ham and can't stop. I'll be up for 15 hours. Hey. There There's worse things you could do with your time. I'm gonna have to go buy him a bed or something for in here. He doesn't like laying on beds, though. Dude, the glow. Look at that. I love this luminescent growth block. It looks so cool at night. And then think we have this like massive tower that's lit up at night. Oh, it's gonna look so good. Ducky is the type to go to a lemonade stand and ask if they have any grapes. Reminds me of the good old Portal Night days. I guess I've played Portal Nights, but just a very small amount. But I love that instead of Portal Nights 2, this is essentially what we got. Ducky power does not go to my head. Oh, sorry. Sorry. What, am I gonna have to get cameras all over this room so people can see you everywhere, and then you guys can see my dirty secrets, my laundry in the corner and stuff? Mess of an office. I love how pasta is normally like just Mr. Puns. And that's what I'd normally expect, but just go straight for the jugular. Absolutely ruthless. I love it. We do need a little bit more. Oh, yeah. Ow. Going to hop to my main monitor to play hardcore Minecraft. Sounds good, man. Have YouTube open on my phone so I can chat, so I can make sure no one misbehaves. You like Timber's content, subscribe, leave a like, and share so we can grow the amazing community. Yes. Yes, please, please, please like the stream. It is incredibly helpful for the channel. Also, for those who don't know, on YouTube videos and stuff, this isn't just for me, this is for all small content creators that you like. There's a new hype feature that you can use. I believe it's only on mobile currently, but you can hype people's videos, and on smaller streams it is invaluable how much it can help push content out. So if you can, please hype videos, not just of mine, but any content creators that you like. For the first like 7 days that they're out or something like that, you can do it, and it makes a huge difference for boosting small channels. Green is kind of interesting. Can't reach the top. Oh. Going around town. Wait, how'd Lude get banned? What? What happened? How did you ban Luderev? Like Ducky, I just had to make the reference. Yeah, right. Just said, oh, who banned Lude on YouTube? Oh, timed out. Okay. That's so weird. It says banned, not timed out. Weird. I don't know if the green quite works in these things. Oh. Just remove. There we go. Lord have mercy. I have to check that out later then. I don't want to time out too much because I don't know if that will get you banned. If I time you out too much, I mean, I can unban him at any time anyway. I wonder if I need to put this water source to ruin that. Oh, timber. Nobody can ban me on Twitch. Yeah, he caught you. He got you with the secret ban. Do a secret. I thought of this like late last stream of potentially doing like a secret grotto underneath here. I don't really know why, other than I can. I think that's enough for me. Knife with the 15 months resub. Let's go. Thank you, man. The real OG. The reason in many ways, outside of this amazing community, of course, but reason I was able to keep doing what I've been doing. Couldn't do it without your guys' support. And then he gets, you guys are such assholes. Oh man, wait a second, what? The heck just happened? What? The water just like decided to flood for no reason. I didn't even do anything there. I mean, it's only fair since Knife did time you out. I guess it is only fair. Can't take you guys anywhere. Alright, there we go. Oh. Yeah, that works. Gotcha. We place some of the Hollow Hall's green blocks under the water in your water fountains. I don't know if I want the green is the only thing. I've been thinking of how I want to light this. But putting that luminescent growth, the green doesn't fit as well as I would like. I'm kind of thinking maybe blue with a luminescent blue block, but I'm not sure. I did see, I don't think I have any of them yet, but there's a new water type, or a new like water lantern that you can make. Not sure who would do it. Who has lights in here? I don't remember. Need to build these, right? Holy cow. Yeah, I gotta get these built too. God, we were trying to build something last night that we needed steel for, and I forgot what it was. Just the water dispensers. Look at that. I could use it for something else. Yeah, like the teal lanterns, I think. Almost 1 a.m. East Coast time. I can't be expected to act like an adult all the time, right? Honestly, I was kind of surprised that you're still here. It's a late one for you. I love it. Someone's got to keep you. Apparently, someone has to keep you and Knife in check. Hello. But at least you keep each other in check. Yeah, these. Like, I've seen these like sunk into the ground, and they're pretty cool. That's the. Thinking one of these might look kind of cool in the bottom of there. Those. Potentially. Oh. Luminescent blue blocks is the bottom layer of the statue base. That could do it, yeah. Just a love tap. Who am I trying to get to? You? No, I was trying to talk to him. Upgrades. Oh.
Hello.
Look how beautiful they are. Beautiful. Work 6 days a week. I have some more days off, right? That'd be rough. My old man nap earlier and I'm off tomorrow. Ah, that makes sense. I want an old man nap. Heck, man. Fair. I'm the one with a child. I need the sleep. Honestly, I love having a kid. He's amazing, but the worst literally the worst part of kids is the lack of sleep. That is like my kryptonite. I do not do well with no sleep. And 2-year-olds have really random sleep patterns. And my 2-year-old doesn't nap either. Some ridiculous reason. Nope, just gonna do it. Cool. Cool. I'm going to have to use my FMLA to take care of my mother-in-law who has cancer. Dang. Sorry to hear, man. Yes, at least you get the break's kind of nice, but not an ideal usage. I am sure you would probably much rather be working. Ah! Oh! It's slippery! I wish I had work. We're so freaking slow. I'm down to 3 days a week. Dang. And I'm assuming that affects your pay too, right? Like you're not getting paid to not work. Next time Chisel Chip is on with a dev. I got some crazy idea if they were implemented in the game. That was really cool. I was pretty jealous that Chip got to do that. That'd be frickin' so fun. I've been on the Grounded dev stream, but I haven't gotten to do a one-on-one with a dev before. That's pretty cool. Struggles of not having enough time to make content. Over 900 hours of it, so I can have up to 6 months off. Dang, man. Definitely affects my pay. Yeah, that sucks. Build cam, like the handy nat. Yeah, that is one of the biggest things that's missing from this game. This is the button that Grounded is missing. Turn the HUD off. Grounded has needed this in the game for so freaking long. I hate that I have to go into picture mode. Such a simple button. Grounded needs that, and Enshrouded needs a handy nat. Absolutely. You just eat all the cheese living with knife. Could be worse ways to go, you know? Death by overconsumption of cheese. Ain't nothing wrong with eating too much cheese. My son lives off of cheese. It was funny. My wife was super worried It's like I swear my child is purely, he is made of cottage cheese. It's all he eats. Cottage cheese and the little Tillamook cheese squares, like little prepackaged cheese things. That's all he eats these days. It is torture trying to get him to eat real food half the time. He'll eat like one meal a day and then cheese the rest of the time. And you're like, are we horrible parents that he just eats cheese? And then we were at the pediatrician like a week or two ago, and she's like, yeah, and food is just kind of like, sometimes it's cheese day, the next day it's bread day, the next day it's cheese day again. And I'm like, all right, well, at least we're headed in the right direction. The pediatrician says that's just what happens, then I'm okay. Go through a whole pint of cottage cheese in 3, dude. He goes through a whole pint in a day. Like my wife loves cottage cheese, and she has to get 2 containers of cottage cheese every time we go to the store, because he gets one and she gets one, because they both eat too much cottage cheese. It's an absolutely ridiculous amount of cottage cheese that this household goes through. More cottage cheese than any one family should eat. And I hate cottage cheese. So he eats my portion. Supposed to flow out. It's not flowing. Wonder how I can make this more of like a water feature of some kind. I mean, it's cool as a waterfall, but the fact that it just kind of disappears isn't quite ideal. It's looking interesting though. Blue cheese, ricotta cheese, I'll eat all the cheese in any form. I like my cheddar cheese, mozzarella cheese, all the cheese. Water feature still needs some work to do. It's still buggy, but that's fine. It's like a fun buggy though. Like there's buggy, and this is really frustrating, and then there's buggy like. It's kind of a funny process to like mess with and get through, especially because it's such a ridiculous. The fact that they did I thought we were gonna get water like Minecraft, where you kind of like fill a hole and that's it. What it does. You could technically it's a waterfall, but I didn't think that they were gonna be able to get to waterfall level. Like I thought we were gonna do like ice, and you could like maybe fill up a pond and that was it. I was not expecting like full on waterfall flowing water that I can place. It's ridiculous. It runs into a pond on the left side of the bottom stairs. Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. It'd be a more natural, easy fit. I guess the other side of it is we could sort of terraform this down. Is sort of like... That'd be kind of gorgeous. So if we did... Somewhere here, there was like a ledge that went into a little pool. And then another little pool, and then another little pool. So it like kind of like catches here, and then runs, catches here, and then runs, and then catches here, and then there's like a water feature here. That could be kind of cool. Be like a better... There's already sort of a natural tier here, and I was already kind of thinking that this sort of weird crevasse is a little funky here. But if they're both sort of running, like they both run into one kind of catch center right here, and then it kind of like tiers its way down, that'd be cool. But watching Chisel Chip do it earlier, it's a process to get like multi-tiered fountains to work like that without using a crap ton of water dispensers. Because I think at some point we're gonna need like other water sources in this village. Like I could see more water sources all over this place. What's that doing here? Water is out now. We need an artificer NPC. engine parts and gears to game working airships, or build a walking warforged robot that you sit inside to pilot it. That would be insane. The airships things would be kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't know how difficult or easy that is to implement the game. A lot of people have requested boats in the game. Just a simple rowboat to like row on top of water. That's it. Nothing too crazy. Like, this is all going to be outer wall area, so I don't really know where I'd put water there, but... we could do some fun water features on the outside of this place, too, which would be pretty ridiculous. What is your reroute the water? But if you reroute the water there all together and have run right behind the triangle-shaped wall that the stairs create, then cut out a water feature from that wall. I gotta visualize. So, reroute the water all together and have it run behind the triangle. You're saying here? Like behind it, like it's doing, and then cut out a water feature from the wall. That's kind of what I was originally thinking. That's what I was... My brain was saying this is running here, so then it could be a water feature here. But visually, it feels like two disconnected pieces at that point, is kind of like what the first thought that I had when I actually finished this. Like, walling this off. I guess there's a universe that it could, I don't know, run through, like something like this. Could be kind of interesting to have, like, a mini waterfall sort of thing. Instead, be like... have a water dispenser. September. Hold on, bud. Yes. The only downfall of this is it's not really like... you almost just fake it at that point. Whereas, like, the other one sort of feels like you could do a more legit version of it. But, like... you could essentially just hide that, and then it does that. Which is interesting in its own way. What? Why are you such a big baby? Huh? You're such a big baby dog. Alright, I'll let you out in a minute. One sec. Little, like, wading pool sort of thing could be cool there too. I think we could move this rock to the center and then put like a statue on top of it. Just like terraform this to be almost just move it essentially. And then I could have two water features, one on each side. That'd be pretty cool. Newest vid in my first vid to have more people find it from what? What does that mean? Okay, I'll let you out. Ducky, I'm sorry, but Doggy is done. I think he needs to go potty. But he out. But yeah, re-describe what you're trying to say there, so I can understand that better. And give me 30 seconds. I gotta pee real fast, and we'll be back. It looks like I'm running the show. Subscribe to Timber if you like his content. Don't forget to leave a like. And don't forget to share. Yep. Stay hydrated. I got water and Coke. Way to go, right? More people found it from YouTube homepage than my channel. Now, I'm confused at what you're saying. Your newest vid is your first vid. Have more people find it. Suggested vid. Nice. I say you could take it up even higher on the wall. I don't know if you ever saw a see-through, like the Nordic style wall engraving. I think I know which one you're talking about in his build. No, yap away. Yap all you want, dude. Please. Yapping's good. The more you guys yap, the less I have to randomly yap. It definitely could go higher, but that's the general idea. Crazy thing, it's just overflowing every. We would definitely have to like center it and make it better, but oh yeah. We are back. Good, we got it. We got it. Can't not randomly yap. I mean, that is kind of my thing. That is, you're not wrong. I wonder if we could put that in like the center and have it go to both of them. All right, let's make a little guide. Put that maybe. So that's the center, and then this could go over just a bit more. On white need to be this wide. Could even come around, or the rock could be a feature in it too. That could be interesting. Live like a nomad and live in an airship base, move around the whole map, never be in the same place for too long. That wouldn't be bad. I can see the lifestyle that you're painting. If they were able to implement water this well, they could probably do some pretty cool stuff with like moving things. They also have the power like type feature too, so there is a potential world where they could do things like that. Gotta come. Yeah, the water's overflowing. Yeah, just a little. I mean, is it though? It looks fine, right? Intended. Let's just fill that in a little more. So this. Should have taken like a screenshot so I could get the shape a little better. Not horrible. Ducky Drake. Wait, imagine being able to get the water wheel running, generating electricity off of that, running your own electrical system. And that's kind of what it does. Not necessarily electricity, but it does create a form of power, I guess. The windmills and the water wheels do collect some type of... There is a water wheel behind here that's running all the time. Well, it's blocked off now, but it does power these things. So like, but it's force. Force, it's not electricity. I don't really know what they intend on that to be used on in the future, but it could be interesting. Water is fantastic. So many ideas to do with it. It is beyond madness. Yeah, it's freaking cool. Trying to reset up my stream stuff in OBS, and I have an app called Stream Avatar. It makes it so anyone that chats gets a little guy on. I think because you like Twitch, DM me. Now in it, what? What does that even mean? As much as you like the rock, you're on team remove the rock. I think I like the rock. I think I like it. I want a natural thing. So what I'm thinking here is I think I want to build the rock out and then have some type of like statue type thing there. It's going to be my own version of Minas Tirith. But instead of a massive rock, it's just a little rock. Just a little rock. I think I like a slightly like natural element to this though. I think is something I want. But I think we'll put something or like designs, like you said. I absolutely think a design of some type is the way to go. But I think that's what all of this space is going to be for. And then we'll just have these cool little like fountains, maybe, I don't know, here or something. A little higher. That might help them not flood as bad too. Ran a stream avatars for a little while. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen stream avatars. It could be a statue out of rock. I don't know. Not really sure what my brain is thinking at the moment. I just like a bit of a natural element here for some reason. I'm not totally sure why yet. Not saying that this is all going to work out. Yes. It's possible that this idea doesn't work the way I want it to, but I just really like the terraforming in this game, and I think it's kind of fun to keep some of these elements in. I'll have to do a lot more terraforming on it, but I think that's an interesting idea. We'll see. A large hand holding that blue shroud crystal. That could be interesting. Yeah, I am jealous of See-Through's integration with that kind of stuff in stream. I think it's really cool. But it is a bit out of my... I just feel like every time I've looked into it, I'm like, I don't have time to figure this stuff out. I got too much to do. I also feel like I don't know if it, like, really fits the channel as much as I would like it to. Every once in a while, I really like the idea of all like the little mini games and stuff he plays, but then I'm like, I don't really want to detract from the like building side of the stream as much. Yeah, I got stuff to build. I want your guys' focus. I mean, if games and stuff are fun, there's a possibility, but like I don't want to stop building to play a mini game with chat and everything when we could just keep building. So it's at least. I think the better way to put it is I haven't found one that fits this stream well enough to want to put the time in to figure out how to get it all integrated properly. If we found the right way to do it, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with putting time into it and stuff. But I don't think I've found the right system yet. Center of this thing. That's not the same. That's the same. I will say a mirror block would be really interesting. Two. So one block over is the center. Which means... Can't get much closer than... Can't really center this that well. I guess it doesn't need to be this wide. Probably looks good. Smaller anyway, right? Yeah, I don't necessarily hate it smaller. That may be too high? Maybe in the center. This. Because then we could go one block larger. You can go two. Look pretty good. Might even be too high. One lower. Feels like a pretty good height. Okay. Just do like little holes. So many options. Maybe do that on one side and the other on the other side mess with it. This is so crazy. Tell ya. Did not expect to be doing this in this game. Freaking ridiculous. So freaking cool. This one? This is nice and closed in. No overflowing. Not allowed. Except I had thought that we could run these between the... Potentially. Might work. Not sure if there's going to be quite enough water flow, but maybe we'll let... go. The waterfall would create a good secret entrance. Kind of what I thought about that too. Then like, how do you get to it? Like down here? Because I'm slightly already messing with that idea. Streams of water can hide a little tunnel right through the wall. So the other side of what I'm doing is I want to kind of design this side. I guess you guys haven't necessarily seen this, but I have that video made. Sec. I think I've rendered it as a final video. I have a video for another video where I essentially built out this whole thing. And so I built part of it, came here, took a screenshot, built part of it, took a screenshot. And so the screens are of the like this luminescent growth stuff growing outwards and like taking over, and it starts down underneath in the catacombs area. and transitions to this. But I also want this to start climbing up this as well. And so part of what I'm thinking for that section is that the luminescent growth kind of snakes its way up, very similar to this. And then there'll be a portion here, which, I mean, we kind of started doing. But this section is going to essentially look like, I mean, kind of similar, like there's going to be a crack in it. So these will be separated, kind of how they already were, in a kind of perfect situation where it already had this big crack through it. And so I want this waterfall to be going down. And so it maybe instead of this waterfall having a secret entrance, since I'm not totally sure, unless, I guess, if we just say that these are fountains that just work and it's not coming from this water, since technically these fountains would have been here beforehand and this is created because this was ripped and it's cracking. This one could do the tiered section where it comes down to a little, I don't know, pond thing. That would look nice. These are just going to be fountains because it looks cool. And then here, where that crack is coming, this water is going to run down. And I had just started this earlier, but essentially there's going to be a secret grotto down here as well. But we could have multiple, because, I mean, we have a ton of space underneath this with all this rock that I put, or the stone. So, I mean, realistically, we have a decent amount of random space down here to build out a little grotto space. And, I mean, this doesn't have to go down and just stop here to be realistic, because, like, no one's ever going to see this section. Like, this is all going to be essentially to the ground. So you'll never really see the inside of this, so we can do a little tomfoolery where we build out this section a little bit and just flatten it, and it'll just be hidden perfectly if we want more of a grotto. So there'll be an entrance in that space, but in theory, if I brought this one over and down this way, we could do a secret entrance with the cool new doors. I don't know where they are. I don't have any of them yet. But there's a water gate, so I could put a water gate behind this section and make like a secondary entrance to it. Could be kind of interesting. Too many options. The question is, when is it too much? When are we doing, like, what's enough, what's not enough? That's thinking on the area you're working on, it could lead under the stairs and into something, maybe a secret way into the treasury room. Can never have too many secret passageways. That's true. Yes, to all of that, it sounds cool. Too much when you need a new GPU. True. Yeah. I like these just being fountains that just exist for the sake of being cool, because it does feel like a little water space. Maybe we'll dig this down and make this a better fountain. But I could see just like a nice bench, like right here, sitting in front of it, and then just two nice little water pools in front of like the massive castle. And then these feel like a perfect opportunity to really just like tier, do a multi-tier like fountain sort of thing coming down, and then we could just run straight through it. Could be really interesting. Then we have a double entrance, and then we can make the grotto really ridiculous. Or it could be not a grotto, but a secret entrance to the treasury as well. Could be a fun way to do it. All right, check this. Yeah. Give my reference. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. And 6. But so that one needs to build. No. That looks right. Look at the pick. Yeah, give me a sec. Finish this train of thought. Oop, gee. Put the pawn to the side, and now that I see the bigger picture, keeping the rock was the right call. Okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. It's such a big wall that I think a natural element will. Is the entire idea was like, I guess in my mind, the lore is that everything was built around this like really natural rock that was sort of already here, and so like building over this kind of seems really interesting to me. It might change its form, of course, but it's probably won't look like this, is what I'm saying at the end of the day. But some concept of a rock or something could be really interesting. Nice little seating area, a little park bench type thing. I don't know, something cool. Lurk and Crash, have a good night. You popping in tomorrow night, Timber? Are you saying for like a stream, or just popping in general? That look really cool. Plant one of the large trees. Yeah, a tree could work really well too, honestly. I need to mess with the trees a bit more as well. I don't know what this is, but I like it. Oh, yeah. Your stream in Discord. Yeah. Probably 9 Eastern. 6. I could probably stop in like 7 or 8ish, depending on when my kiddo goes to sleep. If he's having a rough night like yesterday, ugh. Or the other day you were streaming. Struggling. Wait a second, I want that. Forgot, this is all just flowing in here right now. It's just a watery mess. Be on for a few hours? Perfect. Yeah, most likely I'll definitely be able to stop in. You're working on the cathedral thing, right? The cathedral. Going to hop out of here, and I'm going to watch some anime and chill out and relax for a bit. Sounds good, man. Yeah, perfect, Lude. Sounds good. I will catch you both tomorrow. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Especially because I know it's late for you guys. Need to move to the East Coast. Apparently, need to move to a different city. Okay. Make sure we fill this in. Won't get any weird leaks. Okay. So in theory, building. It's in that same location, but I'm building a castle. Ain't massive, just like in storybooks. I'm not sure if I've seen that one. Control Z, Control Y. What is that? All right, clean that up. See how this does. Hey, Frostbit, how's it going? Oh yeah, it has an undo button. Yep, if you place something, you just hit Y, and you can undo. Or if you works with terrain and everything. It's freaking insane. Water's not reaching. That was my worry. I didn't think I was going to be able to split these water sources. Like I was literally talking to Joe like a day ago, or like yesterday. I'm not going to use 20 water sources. Dude, we're using water sources. Oh, it is working. Not perfect. Ugly. Stream's good. Can't complain. We're having some fun. Building crazy amounts of water. Castlevania. Why did I read that so weird? So you rewrote it exactly the same. Oh no. Okay, it was. You wrote it Vena. That was like, what? Yeah, Castlevania. Yeah. That's funny. Grim. There's another person in our community. Their name is Grim. And they have, it's in Grounded, but they have a Castlevania build. I believe based off of like some crazy castle. Ooh, that doesn't. Alright, well, it's overflowing, but the idea is there. I'm kind of liking this one more. It's a little weird. Kind of like the styling of that, though. It just kind of looks mountain-like. Why is this one going? Oh, it's because I don't have enough water in here. Yeah, that's why. I'm going to need 2 water sources, I think. This looks epic. Thank you, Joe. Just trying to live up to your level of craziness. Welcome in, by the way. Is there a limit to water pumps? 20. Oh, yeah. If Grounded added mechanics like this, the issue is you can't terraform. Like, the struggle with Grounded is, like... This, I think, is so good because you can terraform the waterfalls and the blocks together, and so it just looks amazing. But if you can't terraform, then it's like not as ideal. I mean, we're succeeding at making a wet base, and I was just laughing. It's funny that you just came in. I was just talking about how like last stream. You were like, yeah, you only get 20 sources though. I don't know if you're gonna run out. And I'm like, I'm not gonna use 20. I'm gonna use like 5. Right now, with what we're currently have, and this is not the final ideas. We have 1 here to make this fill up all the way. We've got one here, so 2, 3. I might be able to get rid of this one, but technically 4. I think these ones are working properly without it, so I might be able to get rid of this fourth one that's here. Now that I figured out how to fill that up properly. 5. For this, that's what's going. I removed the little one down there and added a one up here. So it runs all the way down now. Which actually solved a little bit of my issues with that. And then we've got another... I think we're going to need 2. We have another one here, and I think I was trying to use 1, but I think we're going to have to use 2 for this. Because it's not... just barely doesn't make it to the end here. And so it's not properly distributing these as well as I'd like. But yeah, we're going to use all 20 of them in this base. Yeah, yep, we are. So cool, thank you. I'm having fun. It's so cool. Be nice if you could add dyes to the water. That'd be pretty interesting. Understanding that the water only flows so far from the source. Yes, exactly. There's like kind of workarounds. I would say I just have a very... I've literally only been doing this for 2 days, so I would say I have a very surface level understanding of how the water works and stuff. But it does have a certain run distance. It doesn't go forever. That's sort of what I was trying to explain earlier about this area, which is why I have 2 water sources here, because I cannot get the portable pump is just not... I haven't found out how to make it work with stuff like this, because with the water flowing in here, without the drain, it overflows here everywhere. So you have to have the drain, which then means this would never be at the height I want. Like, I want it to be... Whoa, what happened? I want the height... In a perfect world, it would be right at, like, where this transition between these 2 materials comes from. But I couldn't get it to sit correctly, so I used 2 here to keep this full with a... and then I've got a another drain clipped under here, like right in the center. So it all sits as close to the right height as I could get. But I might be able to make this more efficient. I just haven't figured out quite how to make it work. Can you flow further when making pools, but it will stop eventually? Yeah. And, like, that is the perfect set. Like, trying to do what I was doing here, it, like, you can tell, now that I have 2 of these are, like, properly flowing equally out of these. Whereas before, the top one was coming out right, and then all the other ones were coming out slightly lower, so it looked uneven. But yeah, it looks way better now. And we just have to figure out, we gotta dig down. I placed this, but yeah, this is gonna have to be a couple blocks lower so I can get a drain in there properly. Build is gonna look insane when it's done. I can't wait. Yeah, see you in 4 years. I have so much fun in this, but God, it's slow. I think that's the only struggle with this game is there's so much optionality. It takes forever to build. It is so time consuming in the best way. It's in the best way possible. I freaking love it, but it is... You could spend days and days and weeks doing one piece of this design. Like, I could spend a month just designing the front entrance to the level I want. But that is what makes it amazing, for sure. Just got the Revelwood Spire today, so I have a long time to go before I can really do any quality building. If you get a resource world, you can just start building ridiculousness right off the bat. Looks like you're gonna need some help. Yeah, maybe. I tend to be a lone builder typically, though. But I have, if people are interested enough and the Enshrouded hype keeps going, I would be interested in starting like a sub server or something like that for Enshrouded. That could be very, very fun. Chisel is making a water video that will help. I learned a bit this morning in his stream. We're learning a little bit and piecing it all together. Yeah, I was in his stream this morning watching him kind of play around with it and a little bit the other day too. It's definitely a lot of trial and error right now, but it's very fun. I think that's part of why I'm enjoying it so much, is that the trial and error is just a really fun process. Want to play the survival part too because it's so good. Yeah, and so I guess the concept, if you want to just build cool stuff, just get the blocks from the resource worlds. Don't cheat yourself out of the other stuff. The only thing survival-wise you're missing is that you run around like a psychopath and randomly find the chests that have those blocks, and that's what unlocks them, and then you can just craft them. One sec, Ducky. One sec. So, like, I play it as a survival game with resource worlds to make the collection of building blocks specifically and the decor items. That I don't feel like I'm cheating myself out of the survival aspect because I'm loving the survival aspect of it. I was actually, if it wasn't 1040, I was gonna go do some more exploring, but holy cow. Night is flown by. But yeah, I'm having so much fun exploring this area. It looks so freaking good. All of them. The Revelwood, once you get to the Albany summits, these are freaking crazy. The Hollow Halls are super fun. It's all freaking crazy. It's really fun. Ooh, Alfredo. I like those pictures. Those are sick. Setup. Not quite following. I think I'm missing part of the conversation for what your pictures are specifically, but open the floodgates, release the Kraken. That's what it feels like. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I was understanding based that resource worlds were basically creative worlds. Think of a resource world as a mall. The resource world is like going to Home Depot. So it is a completely separate save. So here, I'll show you right now. It's easier since I'm sure the vast majority of people have not seen this. So there's two ways to do it. I have my own resource world saved as my own thing. So on Steam, I have cloud saves off. So I can add other people's saves. So DeLindsay Gaming has a zip folder for you, and that zip folder is a totally separate world that he has made on his own or with his community. That is just a literal mall that has every item, every weapon, every armor piece, everything. And by adding his zip folder of saves to my Enshrouded save folder, I then have access to his world, but on my own personal, like, local save, essentially. So anytime I run out of blocks or I don't want to do something, all I have to do is leave my world, load his world up, and so totally separate from mine, not connected at all. The stories are totally separate, progress, everything. The only thing you're going to do is if you start going and grabbing all the weapons and all the other things that are like story items, then you'll start kind of wrecking your stuff a little bit. But if all you come in and do is like, oh, I just want a block. Like, I don't want to go get armor or any of that weird stuff. You have to learn how he has it all organized. But so his world is just like, okay, I want a specific block. I can come in here, take however many of these I want, and then bring these. So as you can see, this is my inventory from my world. So these are all my items that I had. This is the stuff in his world. So you can come here and take literally anything you want. You can get as cheaty as you want or as legit as you want. There is literally everything. Typically, like, these chests are like new items and stuff. So if you don't necessarily want to like get into cheating yourself out of the new stuff, you don't have to by any means. You can be very specific on how you utilize it, but you can just do a one-stop shop for literally any and everything in the game. So if you want trees, you can get trees. Like, I'm not I'm not going to get so into farming in this game that I'm going to go and farm the Revelwood trees and stuff. Like, I'm going to come here and get the seedling because I'm just using it for aesthetic purposes. But yeah, you could just take this and your inventory transfers between the two games. Yeah, so all you have to do is you could grab as little or as much as you want. You can be as cheaty as you want, and he has literally everything. So if all you want is blocks, the blocks are down there. If you want decor, you can come over and grab the specific decor. Like, you could cheat and get the backpacks and not craft it. You can get the wells, but like I try not to get the like crafting stations from here and stuff. Like, I do all of that legit, but then like if I need 17,000 chairs for my build, or a tall crypt, if I need 20 tall crypt fences, I'm coming here to grab these fences. Like, I'm not building those out by it at all. Like, it's so time consuming to build 40 of these when I'm going to need them eventually. Or if you were going to do a library, like going and collecting 10,000 books to build a library out is absolutely excruciating. So I'm going to come and grab all these books. And then the beauty of it is if I say I came in here and I took all of these out, all I have to do is log out of Enshrouded. I have his zip folder saved on my external hard drive, and I just copy the zip folder and paste it over the save files, and it reloads the entire world. So then when I come back in, I just am, the whole world's reloaded essentially. There's two ways to do it too. If you don't want a local save for yourself, all you have to do is go to the Enshrouded Discord, and they have essentially that exact world, like a mall. Delancey might even have his own server for it as well. I can't remember if he's only doing the local saves or if he hosts a server too. But there is like, I don't know, Wolfrick's resource mall or something like that is a 24/7 resource world, exactly the same as that, but you join it. You join the server, so up to 16 people or whatever can be on that world at a time. So you may have to like queue and sit there until it opens up, and then you can go in, and then they have their servers automatically reset every hour or whatever it is. I just preferred the freedom to just load it whenever I needed items, because in the beginning I was like, well, I need 17 trillion polished granite, and I'm not going to wait for a resource server to reload for hours if everyone else wants those at the same time. So for me, the local save made more sense. It is exponentially more annoying to get set up properly, though. But Delancey, if you want the local save, Delancey Gaming has, like, if you go on, as I believe we posted it earlier, I think it's this. That's the whole server, so you can download the files directly from there, and then there's a PDF that one of his people made. Shroud Depot is another public one. Yeah. There's a PDF that walks you through how to do it, because for me, the absolute pain was that I didn't know you have to have it to add someone else's world to your save files. You have to have another world set up already. So this is just a blank world. I've done nothing in this but start the game and left. And so for me, you just had to create another world, and then you can load it. But the struggle is more so you have to turn in Steam. You have to turn cloud gaming off, because essentially what happens that, like, in world backups, these are all the versions that I've downloaded of Delancey Gaming's resource world. So I take these, copy it, and then you have to find the issue is you turn off cloud gaming, because it's the only way that you have to move these to like a local save location essentially. So you can't add the shared worlds without the cloud gaming off, essentially, the way I understand. But all I have to do is come in here. So this is my save. This is the Timber Builds or Timber's Playground and My World saves that are in here, and like my character and all that stuff. And then all I have to do is hit paste, and it will paste over his save files essentially, and it just reloads it back to what it is. Or if for like the new, when he updates it and he adds a new save, so like the new update comes out, he added all the new items, except he's having some issues, so not all of the items. But I just download his new zip folder and paste it over it, and it just reloads it every time I want. But it's incredible. It is so freaking convenient. It's really, really nice. Let's update it all. I think they plan on doing a creative mode in a way that keeps the survival/story aspect. All I know is they've said creative, but I don't actually know what their plan is for creative necessarily. I hope it's something more like custom, but I don't really know. Power Pansy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They are very active in adding sliders and controls to players, so it's possible, yeah. Does this update it all, or is this something that runs dry? Yeah, no, just keeps going. If you reload it, so the public servers like the Shroud Depot, those reload like every hour. So if you get in and your items aren't there, you have to come back in an hour or whatever. Ash Brown, yum yum, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Guy who collected all of those and put them there actually streams, and I watch his streams too. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I know DeLindsay does a person like the local saves like this. I know there's a handful of people that do it though. I'm not sure if DeLindsay collects everything or if he's like spawning. I have no clue how he does it, but I just know he posts a zip folder that you can download and add it all in. So it's really, really good. Yeah, and it for me, it's the perfect. DeLindsay's collecting everything. That's freaking insane. I know he said it was going to be like another 2 or 3 weeks, and I was like, holy cow. Like, now it makes sense collecting it all. But unfortunately, he's having such bad issues with crashing and stuff that he is not going to complete the resource world until something's fixed. But from the looks of it, I think he's got pretty much everything. The vast majority of it. I think he just uploaded, actually, like yesterday, a bit more of it. I need to download that. Find me tomorrow at 8 a.m. to download DeLindsay Gaming's resource world update. Yeah, it was something like very specific. Like he's one of the very, very few people, and the way he was talking about it is that the devs said his specific problem is like so niche that there's nothing that they can really do about it right now. So I think it in some way, shape, or form, it must be related to like his PC. Some specific thing his PC, like the parts or whatever he's using. Or the system, I don't necessarily know. He didn't describe it, but he said it's a very niche problem that he alone is having. So, or there's not enough. Him and very few other people, I guess, is the best way to put it. There's not a whole lot they can do right away for him. Not totally sure what that all means. His post was very vague in terms of like the actual issue. But I'm hoping, really hoping, that he gets it figured out, because I really like his world for some reason. It's so hard to see. Yeah, I haven't had any crashing issues. My game's running. Honestly, I am like, with how big this update and how much stuff they added, is... I'm very impressed. My game has been running flawlessly. Like, actually flawlessly. I think I've had one moment where the... I had, like, some frame drop because I had just, like, entered... I got, like, stuck in the water. In, like, a water wheel and stuff. Outside of that, I have had no issues whatsoever. Been pretty frickin' impressive how well everything's been running. Uh-oh. We made a hole. Now we can fill it in properly. Oh. Well, yeah, if anyone wants to see the Mistberry Catacombs, this is the top of the catacombs that I built over. This is all has holes typically, but I filled the whole thing in too. Yeah, Ducky, I said I had... Your pictures made no sense to me. I'm confused. Not following what you were trying to say. I'm missing something. That was my, what I was commenting on earlier. I don't know how the Shroud Depot did it. It was done in like 3 days. Blew my mind. Yeah. I would assume that they're using, this is an absolute assumption, but to do it that fast, I would assume they're using the Builder's Companion. I know with that, you can spawn items in. Which, realistically, I'm really surprised that the Lindsay Gaming and other people are not doing that. Like, the whole point of it is to, like, speed up the process for people. So, like, why... I mean, I guess the Builder's Companion hurt my brain a little bit. It wasn't very intuitive to for me personally. So maybe that's why some of the guys are staying away from it, but like if you're making a resource world, spawn it in for all I care. How many water sources is that? I have just, I guess if you're talking about this specifically, there's one water source there and one water source there. Game is 16 gigabytes of RAM to play, but it's safer to have 32 of RAM or higher. I think I have like 16. And I have no issues whatsoever. Literally none. Runs very well for me. Even with all this water overflowing and being ridiculous, it still is running flawlessly. What type of graphics? I just have a pre-built PC. Bye. One second. Let's see. Find it. Need to write this down. I keep. Order not. Perfect. Wait, I want to. Aha. Is this it? Here we go. Uh, the GeForce RTX 3080. Off, but even if you use the builder's companion, you can't spawn gear. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't really like the builder's companion. I tried pretty hard using it for like so getting some footage and stuff, and the fly camera, I could not get it to work the way I wanted to. Not totally sure. Pre-built MSI PC. Every time I've had a custom PC, the screw up within a year or two. Yeah, I have an iBuyPower PC. This is the that didn't post very well, but that's the rough setup. For those of you who are curious, that was for me. I know just enough about computers to like get by, but as soon as we get into like the issue with like a custom PC is like I don't have the knowledge base to fix things when they go wrong. And so my buddy was like, he's done streaming and stuff here and there. He's a computer science major, and he was like, I mean, dude, if you're not gonna like do this all by yourself and figure out how to fix the things that break and like all that, he's like, just get a pre-built. Like this is gonna work absolutely perfect for you. You're not gonna have any issues, and inevitably when something goes wrong, you can just email them and tell them to deal with it and fix it. And so I was like, yeah, that seems like a better option for me. For my lack of computer knowledge, like not having to deal with it and just hitting up customer service when there's a problem, I was like, that makes sense. It's a lot of sense for me. This like it's a little bottom glows, but it's gonna glow through the top. This block has a really nice like underglow to it that I really like. I was kind of hoping that it would show through. It does. It needs to be like one block lower. I don't want this to be like super deep, but I also don't want it to over. Just high enough. Can't actually see in the water. That's over. Alright, so this is the right height. Is that the right height? Oh, crap. Dig a hole, dig a hole. Alright, well, that works. That is just about the perfect height, so yeah, that's fine. Looks a little deeper than I wanted it to, but I also hate... I don't want to use a drain if I don't have to. I really prefer the look of no drains, but that's actually filling up now, and it's overflowing. Okay, well, I guess we need a drain. Okay, I do have a drain. Dang it. Yes, nice thing is we can hide it like... Please don't. Okay, we can't hide it there. We can hide it over here. Through the water, it's not that work. Where? Had one crash today, then I realized it was because my video card had an update. Well, that's the like best case scenario, right? Lower. Put it just under this line. Of it. See what I said my stream setup was? I can't Ducky, I gotta be honest, I can't focus on your stream stuff while I'm trying to talk and stream. My brain can't handle it. Nothing against it. Nothing against you. I'm not trying to ignore you, but it's too hard to focus and try to understand your stream setup and focus on my stream at the same time. Is all. I will happily look at it after stream, but I can't be hopping between Discord and stuff to look at stuff. My guy. Stone one might blend in better. I haven't built one of them. Did I? I had the other one. I don't know. The updates will get you, right? Like some of the chests I've been throwing crap. Thought I made a bunch of... I would have sworn I made a handful of... Water looks amazing. Yeah, it's so freaking good. But welcome in, by the way. Water with the blue crystal lights reflecting off of everything looks clean. Yeah, I like. Yeah, I know it's a fairly easy thing to make. I'm just like, I swear I had like 20 of them. And now I'm just like, where the... I'm so unorganized right now. I have so much crap that I have not organized in so long. Why you organize your chests, everyone. Ridiculous. I swear I had 20. Not that it matters, but I made 20 of these, so why wouldn't I have made 20 of the other ones, right? It's in basic crafting, yeah. Is it? Ah, there it is. Sure. That's a fine number, right? Have I seen the new lights? Which ones? The like water ones? The like blue kind of glass ball. I guess there's like blue and purple or orange or something like that. I've seen those ones. I know Chisel was messing with those earlier today. But I haven't seen a whole lot of the new decor. Please. Press them into the walls too and they still work. Ooh, nice. Very cool. Okay, can I please pick this up? There we go. Yeah, that does blend a bit better. Just a bit. Not gorgeous. I wonder if I could like hide one in the rock or something. Let's see. Something I haven't really tried yet. Time go. This work? Probably one too low, dang it. I should probably turn the water off to do this, but that actually looks so much more intentional though. It's not working. Is it working? Can't tell. Felt like it was getting lower for a second, but maybe not. That definitely looks much more intentional though, at least. Got to get it to the right height and the right spot. At least that looks better. All right, it's 11:09. I'm gonna be here all night if I don't stop. So I'm gonna call it here. I appreciate. Never done that. It looks good. Yeah, I think that looks much better. Mess with that more. But I'm gonna call it here. I appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. Thank you for joining the stream and chilling with us. It was very fun. We'll be back on Tuesday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for more Tour Tuesday. So we'll be doing base reviews and tours of some Grounded 2 builds. And then we will be back Wednesday. If you're not interested in Grounded 2, we will be back Wednesday and Thursday night next week, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, playing more Enshrouded again. I might try to throw in some more here and there, but we'll see. If you're not part of the Discord, make sure to join the Discord to stay up to date on everything I'm doing, when I'm going to be streaming and all that stuff. And we'll catch you on the next one. Great stream. You should do more architecture talk when you build. It was interesting. Yeah, that's the goal at the end of the day. It kind of always depends on what chat's kind of talking about. If you guys are talking architecture and design, I'm all for it, but we get distracted. But once again, appreciate everyone hanging out. We'll be back on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. I will catch you on the next one. Peace.